Hey everyone, welcome to the Karaoke World Championship National Trials round number 1. First day. Oh, it's great to see you all. Give me 1 second here. Let me turn off some of this so you can see me. And that will go away. There we go. Hey everyone. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe we are already here. This has been a crazy year, totally different than what I'm used to, and I'm pretty sure that it's different than what you're used to as well. So if you don't know who I am, I'm Joshua Baron. I'm the National Director of the Karaoke World Championships, and we're here. We're at the National Trials of round 1. So this year started off in a different way than we were planning. You know, I don't think you know that or not, right? But so we actually started this year, going into this year, having the regular Karaoke World Championships all planned out. And we started with the Washington State Invitational, which invited past Washington State champs to go and compete at the Seattle Home Show back in February. And it was like the first competition that kicked off. Right, Kitty? Kitty's over here. And we ended up with 3 champs. It was amazing. You got to do carpool karaoke. So that's what the event was. So it was totally different. And one of the things I love about the Karaoke World Championships is that karaoke is not just singing to tracks. It could be you're going to, or in a bar. And there's so many different ways you can do it. There's carpool karaoke nowadays. Now there's drive-in karaoke, which, thank you, COVID, drive-in karaoke. Actually, I'm going to turn on Katie's microphone as well. So if she does want to jump in, there she goes.
Hi.
Hi, Katie. So, yeah, so then there's carpool karaoke, then there's live band karaoke, which last year at the national finals, beforehand, we all went to go see the Busker Kings with my friend Sean, who's the head of that, Sean Eiferman. Check him out on Facebook. And their bassist actually was one of the past judges of the Karaoke World Championships back in 2012. Yeah, come on over here. I know. Sorry. I have Katie coming over here, and we're gonna just turn this camera. Maybe I can't. I can't turn this camera. Yeah, you in there? You in there? Which way am I going? This way? This way? Here, scooching some more. So anyhow, so you have driving karaoke, you have rock band karaoke,
right, rock
and then you have people who doing like piano bars. So like one of my favorite places to go in Las Vegas and other places is Don't Tell Mama, because you can go and sing, and they play the piano, and it's up to you to know the lyrics. But it's another great way to do it. And then, you know, there are people out there who are just singing to like acoustic tracks, just playing guitar, and technically that's still karaoke. You're still playing, you know, doing it to a track. The track just happens to be the guitar. And in this, we've seen also with doing videos, I think we've seen every type of karaoke.
We have. And there's also now app karaoke where you sing with your phone. So
why did I not bring that up?
I know, right? I mean, there's so many amazing apps.
Singa, Whirly, Yoki. Yoki was a former partner of KWC. And
so a lot of our submissions came in Smule.
Yeah, so it's been an incredible year. So we started off with let's go back to that.
Yeah, so we started off there.
So they had to do it in a karaoke. They do it in a karaoke car,
right? Exactly.
And then we ended up with their champs who were supposed to go on to their state finals.
Yes.
And then we had Colorado start.
Yeah,
with
Colorado,
our great new director,
right, Monique. Monique ended up getting started there, and we had a few venues, and a couple of them actually got to finals where they actually had venue finals right around mid-March, I believe it was. Yeah. And so then we had people going into state finals, but now you can't meet physically. So where do they go? That was the question.
Yeah. And so, we also had Arkansas had two.
Arkansas as well.
Had 2 qualifiers or 3 qualifiers. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, we were like, where do they go? Do they go to states? Because there's no states. All of a sudden we got shut down. Not only did we get shut down, like I not predicted it, but a few days before I made the decision, I started hitting people up. Actually late January when I was like, if this really blows up to be something.
Right. We want to make sure that the safety of all the singers and supporters was the foremost thing.
Exactly.
In all of our decision making and how we come up with rules and how we create the programming and everything, and creating, you know, a safe place for people to come and share their talent and sing and, you know, potentially move on and become a champion. So, you know, we like to do that. It's just what we do for funsies. So, in that, we wanted to make sure that it was safe, and there were different states doing different things. And so that became difficult running in a national competition where different states have different rules and regulations. So we had to try to figure out how to fit that in.
Yep. So one of the things that we did was when we first were shutting down, we were talking to all the states, and we said, and actually Arkansas was like, can we do video auditions and try to do it live? Because everything got shut down. We're like, you know, we like that. We started talking about that. I know Miranda also talked to us about that as well. Miranda, who was helping with us, and hello, Miranda out there, and Brooklyn, who started Arkansas this year for us. And we were like, no, we really want to keep doing our videos the way we are, because it's going to take away from the videos. And we're like, we want to do something for your singers. So what we did was we opened up free video auditions for the singers who made it to their state finals or past the venue final.
Yes, if they were in a state finals, we let them come into nationals as a free pass because they had already made a state finals, and that was the next step that they would have gone if there hadn't been a directorship there. So we let them all submit and have that opportunity, and some of them took it and some of them didn't. So
some are national trials.
You will see some of their videos in the show today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there are some. You're going to see some incredible videos.
But they had to do it the same way they were doing. So then we had to switch the whole thing. So we were like, okay. So originally we were still doing video auditions, and so we're like, you know what? Now we really need to focus on it and really make it better.
Yes, actually, our champion last year, Michael White, came to us from video audition rounds from previous years. I know, it's terrible. This is, you know, us, the hosting together is always fun. So. We like to say the same things at the same time.
That is true. That is true. So yeah, Michael White came 2 years ago from video rounds, and then he made he placed second place that year at the national finals, and then moved on, and then came back last year because he had a free pass into the national finals, and then he took it all. He took it all. Exactly. So it's nice that we can finally do this. Plus, we're all stuck at home. So the whole shutdown happens. We're doing videos. We're turning into and. Meanwhile, we had this great training program called Keep On Singing. And we were talking about doing it. And when everything hit, I was like, we might want to cancel it. And what that is So Keep On Singing is a program that was originated back, actually, before Keep On Singing. It spawned off of all these other shows that I got involved with that were originated by Michael Cagle and Ryan Hazy. And the first one, Jimmy Flaherty, yes, thank you, who also
Seattle Sounds.
Yep, Seattle Sounds, who is a great sponsor and also
Amazing
gives away recording time for everyone. So they were doing a competition, and we sort of talked about switching off judging. Like, they were like, hey, we would love it for you to help judge my competition. And I said, well, why don't you come and judge my competition? And so we did. And when I went to their competition, they were training singers, but it was super long. It was like 12 weeks long. But it was a very long
had
program. Like singing, like people who would like, if you brought more people and more people vote for you, you could get more points.
There are a lot of levels involved. So
yeah, a lot of levels. So anyhow, but
it was a great program,
but the one
and
thing
there were some really great things in it.
The one thing I saw was they were training world champs, and they didn't even know it. They didn't know that. So I saw that, and then I was like, hey, if you do this again next time, maybe we could work out something. Exactly. And it went from being called So Seattle You Think You Can Sing,
right,
to just sing already.
Yes.
The first year Ryan produced it, brought me in. It was a lot of fun. With me and Michael Cagle and Jimmy and Betty.
Yes.
And then we ended up having national finalists from there. And actually top 5, Jesse Sky was in there. And then the next year we did it again, and I produced it. And Ryan emceed. And we ended up with a gold medalist. Yes. And we ended up with the silver gold medalist, Kanomi
And
Rivers.
long story short, the program has been really good. And so we decided to make sure it was still part of the season. And since we're stuck at home, instead of it being a full stage show.
So we did it for the first time last year, and it didn't work out that well.
Exactly.
It was good, and people got to learn. But the thing is that anyone could sign up. So this year we were like, we really want to make sure that people are vetted and they're good when they get to Keep On Singing. And then I was like, maybe we just cancel it. Maybe we don't do it. It's 4 weeks long,
Right.
And then we were watching other shows on TV, and they all of a sudden had to shut down because of COVID. And they're like, what do we do?
Exactly.
And they started shooting at home. And I'm like, oh my God, what am I thinking? We totally can do this. And I was like, but we'd flip it. We're going to bring it to the end. And we called, no one else knew other than one other person who we started talking to about it. And we kept this all inside. And then we're like, yes, that's going to be our national finals. Because we want to make sure, the thing about Keep On Singing is that we want to train the next world champ. This takes care of when we're working on things in your voice, your artistry, your technique, and stage presence. You get that within that program. And you also are going to get the tools to make better videos. And I know a lot of you are really scared because you're like, my audio wasn't good, my video wasn't good. Look, yes, it's part of your points, but it's not all your points. It's worth just a little bit. Right. So it's like 2 points. So that's something we can work on. We really aren't judging against that in this.
Right. And we understand everyone has different access to technology, different access to time and how they can film, where they can film. So, there's some different places you see people's, you'll see as you watch the show today, there are many different places that people have shot their videos from. But, the one thing that's the same throughout is that everyone is trying to do their best and give their best to us. And so whether it's from their car or from outside, sitting out on your porch and by a mountain, it's each one of these singers has put their best into it.
Totally.
Why are you looking at me like that? I see you looking at me like that.
Oh, because there's still so much I wanted to say, and then I'm like, oh, well, now we're moving on because you like to steer me to move on. So anyhow, we started with video auditions. They started getting really good, and then in the middle of it, we were like, hey, let's try the whole. We were gonna try the whole Zoom thing. And I did a couple karaoke Zoom things early on when it first shut down, and there were so many limitations. And then one of the guys who paired up with us this year to judge, and not only judge, to be one of the coaches, is Tommy McCarthy from No Authority and the Bad Boys of Pop. And No Authority is Michael Jackson's boy band. Like, he was produced by them. They were like it was almost like going to the army, he said, when he was training to be in a boy band. So he knows what it takes to be a great performer and to make that next level. So one of the things he said to me is like, hey, I was watching his podcast, The Bad Boys of Pop, and I was like, whoa, your sound is good, your video is good, like that. I like the way it streams where he is. And he said, dude, I'm trying out this new thing called StreamYard. And that's what you're watching right now. This is all streamed on StreamYard. So we did our live auditions this way. And it was really cool because we could bring people in just like if you're waiting in a bar. They'd wait in the backstage area and we bring them in one by one by one.
Exactly. And that was part of it. Like everybody's missing that physical connection of going to their venue. I mean, we have some amazing team sponsor venues out there that miss having people out there. And it's, you know, they want to have people. They're not allowed at the moment. So, you know, honestly, singing is a very dangerous thing right now during this pandemic. And so going out and singing in bars just isn't something we can do. But if we remove it this way and do it on video, then you can still participate. Yep. So the flash round, the live rounds, you know, there were definitely some technical glitches in there with Wi-Fi issues in places and thing, but it was much more like all being together because everybody got to watch you in the moment. So, you know, I really enjoyed those. We did 3 of those and we took in quite a few of our contestants that way. One round, 9, I believe we took one round.
No, 9 was it?
There
9?
Were,
yeah, it was,
yes,
9
it was 9. There was a tie.
We were going to take 8, and then there was a tie for 8th place,
yes.
and we're like, really?
But there's been so much amazing talent that it's just so hard to say. You know, we can only, but we had so many numbers, and and we ended up at exactly 50. Exactly 50 contestants.
So for
this
those
year.
of you who just couldn't get those videos in, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, the little OCD part of me is very happy because 50 was our goal number. So
and while and it's just weird because we're usually at South Point right now at the Grandview Lounge and starting not it would have been a few weeks ago. Last week. Yeah, it was
yes,
last
it would
week.
have been last week.
And so this is completely different. There's so much fun though. I gotta say that for me, I got to feel more exciting because I could use a lot of skills I used to do and incorporate it and also help you guys and singers.
Which you will all see in these video clips.
Yeah. One of the things.
However, the video clips have not been edited at all for vocal anything. Like they're only clipped down. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that's out there before any questions come into play. These are the straight videos that were sent in from all of the singers.
So I cut them down to be 2 minutes, to be between a minute and a half and 2 minutes. So this round is going to go, we want to show you quick. But however, if you want to see your full video after the show, go to KWCUSA.com and they'll all be listed for day 1, round 1.
Yes, we will release that page as soon as the broadcast is over.
Share it with your friends from that site.
And you'll be able to watch all of the
KWC
videos.
USA. Yeah, and don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube right now, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We want more subscribers. Plus, this is a place that we want to really feature more singers throughout the year and do spotlight series for them. Because one of the things that the KWC, it's more than just this world competition. What my goal is to find this talent out here to help hone it. We're in Vegas. Unfortunately, right now, everything's shut down, but I can put you on stage. We can do things more than just yearly. There's a lot of opportunities out here and so many great, amazing singers that I see from the Karaoke World Championships. And then I go to a show out here. I'm like, they're better.
Right.
They're better than
exactly.
Remember when we went to go see Chic, and I was like, oh my God, Kanomi Rivers is so much better.
Right. Oh yeah. No, there are so many.
And
there are so
Chic,
many amazing singers, and a lot of the singers in the Karaoke World Championships do move on to make other music and have singles and put out albums and continue in a musical career. So you know, it's good for that type of experience
and
of
building
learning how to be able to perform and put things out there.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Tweak my thing. So we got these 50 videos and they are judged by 10 judges. One of our judges I'm going to bring in really quick just to say hello to is Ian Murphy. Hello, Ian. You might want to.
Hi there.
There we go.
Thank you both for the hours of work you've both put into all of this competition. Such a great show. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Ian is, well, you're here, so I'm going to introduce you first. So Ian Murphy, you have a long career in theater and entertainment. Talk about that a little bit and what you're doing now.
Sure. You know, like so many people in entertainment, I've always had a passion for performance, and I've gone whichever way that has taken me through musical theater. I then, studied drama at university under Dr. Jan Ashcroft in Lancaster, England, who was just an amazing mentor to have. And that provided a lot of opportunities for the performance and so on. I moved through stand-up comedy. I recorded a couple of charity records that went with the BBC for soccer and the World Cup, and had a lot of fun and success with that. And but then my professional career moved more towards journalism, and I started writing primarily about female singer-songwriters and entertainment and the industry, and then moving into reviews. And here in Las Vegas, I write for Geek Chic Critique, and I also report on events in Las Vegas for BBC Radio.
Nice. So we got someone from BBC Radio judging, and I got the pleasure of judging. So how we found Ian was there was a great show out here in Vegas called Mary's Got Talent, and it's at Hamburger Mary's, where last year we had a lot of our stuff last year, and they had
our check-in last year actually for our order poll and everything for all our contestants was out at Hamburger Mary's. So any of you who came to that last year know exactly where we're talking about.
Open, please come out to Hamburger Mary's because they have amazing shows, great shows. So I was asked if I could judge Mary's Got Talent, and I was like, sure. And I sat next to this great gentleman over here, and the judging criteria is different than what I'm used to. I couldn't use decimals. And luckily, I had Ian the whole time. I almost had my whole computer fall on me. The whole time, like, hey, yeah, like ask him a question, like, can I do decimal points? Like, no, don't do decimal points. I'm like, all right. And it was like on a 5-point scale. One that was on a 3-point scale. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. And then I kept turning him like, is this okay? Are my notes okay? We would start talking. And the one thing I found was Ian and I think a lot alike when we're critiquing people, and we would turn and be like, is this the right thing to say? And we'd both be like, yeah, like whatever. We'd ask each other. And I was like, all right, remember Ian. And JC, who ran the Mary's Got Talent show, great producer out here. He does drag shows. He's an MC, he's a performer,
Lopez,
singer,
Relentless Entertainment.
and he's a talent scout. Yeah. So he also is judging this as well. But when I started talking to JC, and I was like, I'd love you to be part of this program, because JC also gives vocal coaching and performance coaching. And I was like, man, I keep meaning to get in touch with Ian. Like, I keep meaning to get in touch with Ian about it. And so I'm really happy that you got to help.
Yeah, and it all finally worked out, which is amazing. We're really, really happy to have Ian on the judging panel. And
Ian said that he is Simon Cowell. So just in case he didn't know that already.
Yes, the judges all vie for that position. Some vie for the Paula, some try to be the Simon. So, and
we had Paul. I think we hit all of them.
I do think we hit all of them
like
over
20 judges they had so far in,
right.
in American Idol.
Exactly.
And The Voice.
And we've only have 10, so some of them have a couple personalities.
Right. So I talked about Ian. I talked about JC. Our other judges, we have a returning judge who has judged the KWC numerous times, who's a former Florida director, Trevor Keller, who's watching in Florida. I hope he can join us at some point throughout here. And he has been involved in opera and theater. He was a model. He, until recently, was heading a whole theater group and sort of like going between like I wish he was here because I'd have him explain it, but he was going between the artists and the theater group to like negotiate things like
liaison.
That, and also doing a lot of interviews with people in Florida about theater. And recently with COVID shutdown and everything, that's not happening. So it's always great to have him. He is a hard judge. He is almost the Simon. I think Ian beat him.
Yes, exactly. They were pretty close this year.
And then we had Nyla Durrani, who is a casting director, and some of you might have known her from last year. She reached out for you. I know Michael White knows her because she cast him in America's Got Talent, because that's one of many shows she cast for. And so it was really important to have someone who's really involved in the entertainment industry to come and help. And she loves the KWC and was like, yeah, let's do this. You know, so she helped judge the first 2 rounds. We're still judging actually the 3rd round right now.
Yes.
And then we have John Morgan, who was he was a Disney singer. He's done music theater all over. He also helps train people, and he recently moved here. He's a performer here. He actually is performing at the Venetian right now. He's like the only performer performing right now in Vegas at a hotel. It's weird.
There's got to be a lot of loopholes right now to be allowed to be an entertainer.
Right?
So.
Right. And meanwhile, he's working doubles. Like, he's like, hey man, they just called me in. I'm like, aren't you singing for 4 hours? Like, now I'm singing for 12. I was like, Whoa. But he's over at the Venetian. Check him out. And he has a lot of stuff. Like, I can't wait to bring him on and introduce him later on. And then we have Chris Wilson, former Texas State Director, who also is a performer, is also the lead of Overdrive Texas, which is a cover band and also a karaoke band out in Texas. He also puts on the biggest Christmas pageant in Arlington, Texas. And he's also going to be one of the coaches for Keep On Singing. We have Tommy McCarthy, who we talked about a little bit earlier, from No Authority and Bad Boys of Pop. And then we have Derek Sheen, who's a returning judge. He is a comedian. You can get his albums, multiple albums online. Check him out, Derek Sheen. He will be coming on later on and saying hello to everyone. But he's one of our judges. He's also a musician too. He plays guitar, he sings, and he also used to work at Guitar Center.
There's that.
I'm like, he's like, why are you telling people that?
Right, exactly.
I could just say, he's like, I'm going to write a whole comedy sketch about this right now. And then we have Michael White, who is our 2019 gold medalist of the U.S.
Of the U.S.,
and,
yes. And
fifth place in the world.
Internationally, exactly.
And we talked about Michael earlier, too, and about his
So
journey.
he's been through this journey, and he knows all the nerves you're all feeling right now, waiting for your videos to air while we go on and on about all of your judges.
Well, we have one more judge.
We do. We have one more judge.
And I got to say that I'm so happy that I got to know this person really well. She's someone who is a great coach and is a great, almost like
She's
a mentor.
An amazing supporter and cheerleader, and but she will also set you straight. So she'll cheer you on and set you straight, and that is a rare find.
Miriam Kim, our world silver medalist of 2015 and U.S. champion. And a lot of you already know her, and she cracks the whip. She is not Paula, Paula at all. She's like, she gives you the look.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Ian, I'm going to put you back in the back room over this. And now, what were these guys judging on, you ask? Well, they were judging on 4 criteria. It's a 40-point criteria. And this first round was a little bit different. Here, I'm going to bring this up. This first round, we are taking the average of all the judges, and that is the overall score that the singers are going to get. After your singer sings today, you're going to see your score. We're going to post it. So you will see your score, and then we'll give you a couple notes, which we've not done in the past. So that's really exciting. So
well,
you can
actually, not never before. It's been done sometimes. But it's been since there were regionals, pretty much, I think, ever since we went without having some regionals that we haven't really had commentary as part of the national trial level. Like and some places will have it at venues, but
2011, I believe, or 2013.
It's been quite a while since you've gotten actual feedback. And so we're excited. Normally you'd have to be a member to get this type of feedback, but this is a different year, and we want to be able to provide, something for people at home and something for everyone. I mean, watching just one of our flash rounds, there's definitely things everyone watching at home can learn about singing just from listening to the judges give a little critique here and there.
True. Great judges and great coaches. And thank you guys so much for your hard work. Because what they had to do is they had to score this on 40 points, 10 points per criteria. The first criteria, as you see on your screen, if you are tuning in right now, is the voice. You're getting up to 10 points, 0.1 to 10. You can, I believe you can get a 0.1.
I don't know.
I never thought about that.
0.5. I haven't either, but we've never seen a 0.1.
I have not seen a 0.1.
So,
anyways, we have the voice, and which is the quality of voice, the mastery of voice, range, dynamics, timbre. You can read all of this right here while I'm reading. The next one is technique. Again, it's based on 10 points. It's based on your skill, your timing, your breathing, your pitch, and your diction. The next one is artistry, and it's on expressiveness, musicality, lyrical ability, individuality, and song choice. And last but not least is stage presence, which is based on confidence, movement, costume and appearance, charisma, and audience appeal. And who is your audience? Those judges. So the one thing you want to do, and I want to say, I'm going to hit a couple of things. Some of these people who entered are amazing at doing the voice and technique. And there are things that sometimes they aren't great at with artistry. There are other people who are great with stage presence and artistry and voice and not the greatest with technique. We had a little bit of everything. We had people hit on all 4 of those. The biggest thing that was a challenge for most people, and I'd say 75%, is welcome to 2020. You got to learn your technology. So, and it forced everyone to learn their technology. And
Hashtag horizontal video.
yeah, horizontal video. Oh, why did you just tell me that and not tell me that earlier? So one thing going forward, if you move on to the Keep On Singing program, please remember that to do horizontal videos. But when we sent this out and we told you guys, hey, put in your videos, these are the things that I hope that you knew that we were grading on. Because but in Keep On Singing, these are the things that we also hone on and will help you get better and become that next world champ.
And these are also the same criteria that all of the singers are judged on around the world. So we've had Norway has already found their champion.
Ukraine.
The Ukraine has just declared their champion last week, I believe. And Belize is a few days away, I think they are, from their finals. So there's a lot of other countries that are also looking for the best singers that they have. And this is the same
23
exact.
plus, 23
I
plus,
believe, I think somewhere around there. And this is the same criteria that's used for everyone. And
they're all trying to get to that same goal of the world finals. So the top 4 singers this year are actually getting invited to Worlds to compete against the other singers from those 23 countries. So it's going to be a battle. But they also had to go online like this.
Exactly.
So if you watched at home and you saw this earlier, your scores for this round are worth the least, because it's only the average of your songs, of your performance from all the judges. So with that in mind, it was that time to really take a chance. We're going to open up, do a song that you really want to do that you don't think is like the greatest song at the end. It's a strategery thing this year. So it was something that we tried differently this year. If you don't like it, I'm very sorry. We might keep it, we might not.
Yes. And we also always, every year as we're developing the program, try to get you as a singer, right, you come through it ready for Worlds and what to expect there. So we try to make sure that what we're doing is what you're going to face when we go do that next level with you. And you have to go through these different layers and levels where sometimes the rounds are weighted and the scores are weighted in different ways. And so this year, the first round was let's get to know you as a singer, and it's just worth your average of the judges' total.
Yep. All right. So you want to bring up the first singer?
Are we ready? Are we ready to start?
I think we're ready to start. Are you guys at home ready to start? Blow up those comments.
Right.
Blow
absolutely.
up those comments. Look at this.
We are.
They're like, really?
Exactly.
And look at all I love it that I can see everyone over here.
I know. It's
look,
fantastic.
see, Margot's like, yes, come on, let's go. All right. I'm going to bring up our first singer of the day. And now remember, these were taken down to 2 minutes. So they're not the full video. If you want to watch the full video, please go to the KWC USA website.
After the broadcast.
Yep.
It will not be up until after this broadcast is over.
Yep. Ooh, I think you need to scooch over more. Here, maybe like that. There we go. All right. Introducing our first singer, Rebecca Washburn.
With this great big world before me, but it's all for someone else. I tried to let you know just where we are. To tell the truth and not regret. All I needed was to get away. Realize that I was meant to stay. When the mountains sink and the streets are single, the ground's red clear, but you turn to you, like oh, come, I will come. But if anything clear, do I have to sing it? You're always there in the same. All I need is you and me, my home. There's the color and the magic starts to burn for others. I'm the sun and I'm the night. I'm there,
Yes, that was so good. Well, oh, I'm back. I hope that my microphone's working because I can't hear myself. There we go. There we go. See, we're also getting used to some of the technology as well, because when I used to run a film production company, all these things you do on the side and you have people helping you and you aren't just the one-man army. And right now, that was part of the problem with some of these singers as well. So Rebecca, oh my gosh, like seriously, amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, that's
you're in.
Okay. That to me, that's a great way to start this year off. That is that's fantastic.
Keeping them talking. Everyone's like, oh my gosh. The singers at home are like, was that like a real music video she just made? Like what?
Yes, there are quite a few that have a lot of production video involved, and you know, we can absolutely appreciate that as we've watched them, all the different things. And again, we don't judge the difference. We're judging the vocal and the different criteria.
Your performance.
So if you have an amazing film crew production, all that lighting, and that's not going to necessarily film it unless it makes you more confident. So you nail that song, and then those points are going to show.
Correct. I'm going to bring Ian into this. Ian Murphy, what did you think of Rebecca?
You know, as Katie said, it is such a fantastic opening, very entertaining. All those visual effects, the costume, and the sense of drama that Rebecca brings to that performance. But there are times when I feel it's a little distracting and you're watching more of the video, more of the special effects of that, and more focused on that than enjoying the song. And there are a couple of times that I think there are a couple of vocal flaws that are in there that maybe get past the singer because she's focused too much on delivery and on the theatrical presentation.
I totally agree. She is, however, like, I'm a giant fan. I gotta say, I actually had to beg her this year to try out for the KWC because I was watching her. Last year, she had the most memorable performance at Nationals that everyone, like every judge, was just blown away. I was blown away. For me, it was like the performance of last year. But so she wasn't going to try out this year, and I kept watching her post videos, and they all were like that. And I was like, we need that. We need to showcase Rebecca. So Rebecca, thank you so much for sharing your talent and sharing that and sharing those great videos. Now, Ian, are you ready to see what she averaged out of 40?
I am. I'm very excited.
Yeah. So if you're playing at home, you can start jotting these down to see what place you're in. But our first singer, Rebecca WASHBURN from Arizona, placed. She got 28.1 out of 40 points.
That's her average score for the first song.
That's good. Nationals is a beast. So when you get over a 20, like a 22, 23, be happy, right? So great job, Rebecca. All right, Ian, I'm going to put you back in the back room. All right, we'll see you in just a little bit. And our next singer is coming from Virginia. We have
Virginia came to play in the flash rounds.
Oh, yeah.
They definitely got the word out there, and we had quite a few amazing contestants come to us from Virginia this year and try through the flash rounds. And so there are a few of them that have made it in, and it's very exciting to make sure that Virginia is included, because every year they've brought some fantastic talent. So we're excited to see what Kathy brings.
Yes, and here she is. Here's Kathy doing, sorry, some of You're the Best Thing That Ever Happened to Me.
I've had my share of life's ups and downs, but things been kind. The downs have been few. Well, I guess you could say that I've been lucky. Oh, I guess you could say that it's all because of you. If anyone should ever write my life story, somehow I made it, yeah, I made it through. Every moment that I spent hurting, there was a moment you. Yeah, 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 yeah. If anyone should ever write my life story, for whatever reason there might be, you need to know you're the best thing that ever happened to me.
Now there we go. That's supposed to go back there. There we go. Again, getting used to the technology.
Hopefully the transitions will get smoother.
Oh, Kathy, I gotta say, I love the what the exuberance she brings.
Absolutely.
Such great stage presence. Love that background. Like I want it so bad. And the outfit, just like whew,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
a voice. And I'm gonna bring in our judge who is sitting in with us today from the judging panel, Ian Murphy.
This is such a great boisterous rendition that's really fun, and you really get the sense of how invested in the song the singer is, that Kathy really understands these words and has lived them, and that I think is where the exuberance comes from, that she understands it and is presenting it. But there are some times that she's moving so much she gets a little bit pitchy, starts to lose it a little. Really a really fun performance, good song and well put together.
Totally agree. All right, Kathy's average score that she made from all the judges was 27.47. So we're still in the nice range we got. We got a lot of great singers to start off the day. Congratulations, Kathy. Again, keep watching the show and tell your friends and family to watch the show if you have not already. Hashtag KWCUSA 2020, right? And a hashtag vocal athletes, and there's a lot of hashtags. KWC USA. So, all right, we're going to come to our next singer. I'm going to bring up, coming from Florida, and he has a long history of the KWC, and he's never really made it this far, and it's nothing that has to do with his talent. It has to do with like things just in life getting in the way. I'd like to bring up Brian Long from Florida, and Brian is doing some Unchained Melody.
And time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much. Are you still mine? I need your love. I need your love. Godspeed your love to I need your love. Godspeed your love
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Oh, my gosh. Brian Long, everyone. So, you know, one of the things that I want to do is, because we don't have all the judges here, I do have their notes currently in my phone. So when I'm giving you notes, I know that they're coming from me and everything, which is great, but I'm not judging this. I bring these judges in. So they're like, Josh loved me or Josh hated me. I'm like, no, I'm just giving you notes. And it has nothing to do with your score. So I'm going to bring up some of the scores that he got. Well, not scores, some of the notes. One of the judges said it was a great effort. It was okay, but there was nothing outstanding because there were technique issues, pitch issues here and there. And it was sometimes with that song, it can end up sounding like it's one note. But a lot of people are like, great job in attacking the song. And they don't know if that's the best song choice for the competition. And song choice is really a big thing, because it not only is based on, like, you get judged on the song choice, but it affects everything from vocals, artistry, and stage presence. So, Ian, I would like to bring you in and see what your thoughts are.
So I liked the way that the singer set this up in terms of the clothing, hats, the backdrop, especially when a lot of people putting these together somewhere in the home. I thought he thought a lot about that, and the composition of the video was good. There's a decent timbre to his voice, but unfortunately he does become unchained from the melody, and his voice doesn't really have the range to cover those high notes that are there, and it does become a little iffy at parts and a little painful to listen to at times. But I do like the timbre that's his voice. There are things in his tone that are very pleasant. Like you say, it's all about the song choice, and there was too demanding a song for his voice and not the right fit.
Yeah, it was the one. It seemed like that was like the biggest note that every judge was like, "Hey, song choice on this one." But he still did a really good job. In fact, he did such a good job that, Brian, you scored a 22.47. Woohoo!
And these are just day one, so
yeah, this is lowest amount of points. So
exactly,
if you're like, wait, what?
We still have day two, and that can definitely change everything in ranking and where you're at. So
totally. In fact, I know that the judges, when they hit round 3, they were like, wow, the difference between round 1 and round 2 could really affect like how everyone placed, and their favorites from day 1 ended up the next day totally flipping. So it was very interesting.
Which actually always happens, even no matter how we try to score and judge it. It's just how that happens.
All right.
Absolutely.
Our next singer. So we have so many new states and people from all over the United States.
Yeah. One of the great things about going fully digital is that it really opened it up to the full country in a different way. And so we have our next singer who's coming from Alabama, which I don't know the last time that there was a singer from Alabama.
There was one, I believe, in 2011 for Karaoke.
So it's been a long time since Alabama's had representation. And so we're excited to have Raymond Williams come in from Alabama.
Yes. All right, take it away.
I was born by the river in a little tin hole. Just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movies and I go downtown, but my folks, they keep telling me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will.
Oh, yes. That was fun. Let's go into there really quick. Hold on.
That was a great way for Alabama to come back in and represent. And also a song that we normally do hear a lot in this competition. This year, actually, we haven't gotten it requested as many times.
Totally. This is actually in 2015 when we went to Arkansas for the national finals. It was like the #1 song sung. And then I was like, oh, well, maybe it's just this year. No, for like 3 years, we heard that over and over and over again. I do love that song, though. I do love that song. It's a great song. Hi, Ian.
Hi. I agree. This is one of the greatest songs of the 21st century, really. 20th century. It's a beloved song. Hear it so many times, though, that a performer really has to bring them. They have to not just deliver every note because it's familiar, but they have to find a way of making it extra special. I thought we got off to a good start with Raymond, but it does become a bit of one-note performance. There wasn't enough of the sense, the drama of the song, the fallback, the volume, the dynamics that develops through the 3 different movements of the composition. So I liked it, but it was not outstanding. And the song is big, well known as that you have to be outstanding.
Yeah, there are definitely some classic songs.
There we go. There we go.
Oh.
Now you're on.
There I am. So there are definitely some particular classic songs that if you're going to pick them, then you've got to really know that song and how to deliver it. And Change Is Gonna Come is one of those songs. Absolutely. But there's definitely quite a few.
One of the judges said, love your texture and vibrato. And Raymond, I love your confidence. I would have loved to seen some more movement and maybe some of the showmanship you've got in you. I know that one of the themes was about where your camera is placed. Make sure you get that camera a little bit higher. We also, when you're sitting down, it can really, and especially when you're leaning over like that and singing to your camera, you sort of cut off your breath. You can't get your full technique going on. So those are things that you have to remember when you're doing a video. And videos are rough.
Yeah, absolutely.
This year. I mean, not yet this year, but in general.
Yeah, they're just hard to do. It's a different audience, a different type of audience setting.
And Raymond, you did really well.
Fantastic.
Look at this.
Exactly.
Boom, boom, boom.
27.91.
Exactly. I need sound effects.
I know you do need sound effects.
Dear StreamYard, we
Right.
need sound effects.
I think they're actually working on that. I feel like
one.
they're working on that.
They are working on. Thank you so much, Raymond. Alabama right there. Thank you, Ian. We'll come right back. We are moving on to Tennessee. Now, I always say about Tennessee is like, why don't we have our almost like all of our champs from
Why
Tennessee?
are there not more
like
singers?
One of the music capitals of the world.
Right?
We try to move there to Nashville.
Amazing
place. Oh my gosh. And maybe she is the next one.
We'll find out.
All right. Julie D, it is your turn to shine.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. And take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And I just beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. Ooh, you make me wanna cry. Now I beg to see you dance just one more time. They say dance for me, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say move for me, hey. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again. Ooh, they say dance for me, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say move for me, hey. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say dance for me, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before.
Oh, yes. Julie D from Tennessee. So,
Julie Britton, remember she got married.
oh, yeah. So, yeah, Julie D. Britton. She did get married last year. By the way, congratulations on that.
Yes, it's been a year.
Congratulations. So, I got to say, I was not expecting anyone to sing Dance Monkey. In the competition this year.
That was definitely a surprise. It's exciting. I like songs with good energy.
It's
and
an
good,
earworm.
It's fun.
It's definitely an earworm because now I'm going to hear that all day long.
And you can all thank Julie for the rest of the day.
But really cool flipping her voice
and
and the stylization, because that song, when you go to sing at karaoke, like And when you hear the original, there's so many effects on it, and you can actually capture that without all the effects. I was really impressed.
That was
by
really
that.
Cool.
I would also, while I bring Ian in, I would like to tell you guys, so yes, these videos are edited down. We're very sorry. We didn't want to have an 8-hour show to 10-hour show like we do at Nationals usually, and we want to make sure that we could stick around 4 hours. So we had to cut the videos down to about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes for round 1 and round 2. After round 2, we have some cuts, then they'll actually go to about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But the full videos can be watched on KWCUSA.com. The judges, when they were judged the full-length videos. They did not look at these edits. This is the first time Ian has actually seen any of my edits, and they got to see it without that beige for the vertical. Like, those are things that the singers have to. When you send me a vertical thing, I have to put something along the sides there. So they don't know that until today. And so I'm very sorry if people are like, but I want everyone to see my full video. You can after the show, KWC
After the show's
USA.
over. Exactly.
So Ian, what'd you think of Dance Money? Monkey. Dance Money too. Hey, that works.
I thought it was a great idea for the song choice. It's something reasonably well known and that people recognize, but doesn't have that over familiarity we've been talking about with some of the other songs. And I liked the tone of her voice that's in there that is a little bit different and sounds very contemporary. But on the other hand, she has this little vocal tick, the hiccup that she puts at the end of the lines. And the first time you hear it, you're like, oh, that's kind of neat. I like that. But we've heard it 50 times. It starts to get a little bit grating and annoying. She has that great energy and enthusiasm that she throws into it. But once we get about halfway into the track and on, she really starts to lose the relationship with the melody, gets a little pitchy, and the more enthusiastic she is, the further away and the more estranged she becomes. So ultimately, it wasn't the best performance, I'm afraid. But I thought she had a great idea with the song choice.
Yeah, that's the one thing. So many people said, fun choice, like your voice on the song. All the judges were saying that. A couple of things they said you told the story well. Your vocals are good, your technique's okay, but your dynamics could be a little bit stronger, especially for this variation. But yeah, everyone was like, great song choice, and everyone seemed like really surprised and happy you chose that song. I know I was really surprised and happy you chose that song too. I was like, what, Dance Monkey? When it came in, I was like, I don't have to hear another ballad. Nothing wrong with ballads, but when you hear a lot of ballads, especially the same ones,
I just like the unusual picks. And there's always every year one just like a little off the wall unusual pick that you're like, for a comp, okay, yeah, let's see how that goes. Right. It always surprises me. And Julie, that was awesome.
Yep.
Like, I
so
really
awesome that this is what you scored. Bum, 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 Julie D.
28.71.
28.71. Everyone was really entertained by that. So good job. Good job. Ian, we're going to come back. Thank you, Ian. And our next singer comes from the great state of Arkansas.
Arkansas.
And usually, like everyone.
Yes, this is normally when the crowd erupts.
Don't they say Suey or yes? I'm not from Arkansas. But I do love, I have so many great friends there and great performers from there. In fact, this next singer is one of them. This next singer is Deshaun Washington, who was at national finals last year. And he had a free video because he placed and there was no state finals. So he got to audition the same way you guys did. He actually came in on I don't remember if it was the live or the video, but here he is. Deshaun Washington with some Arsonist Lullaby.
Now 16 my senses for me. The peasant was on my clothes. I knew it someday would always roam me. 'Cause I knew the sin was mine. All you have is your fire, and that age you need to reach. Don't you ever say you demons, always keep on. Now every day. My peace is always midday. Oh no, the ashes in. All you have is your fire, and that peace you need to keep. Don't you ever scare me, demons, but always keep them on leash.
Oh yeah, Deshaun. Ooh, you know, I love the artistry that you brought to that song. That song like had so much passion and feeling. I loved it. I do have to. So I'm going to start talking about videos. So while I like that it's horizontal and everything, and I like that he has new technology. So he has this thing that where the camera is going to follow him. It's like his phone's on this kind of base that's sort of laser tagging him. So anytime he moves, it follows. The thing is that it got a little bit distracting and your head was cut off. So when you're doing this, remember, you can take more than one take. Go and watch the video before you submit it. And this is something for the future because we're not really getting judged on that here. Maybe a little bit, but not, you know, I'm not a judge. So, but you want to make sure there's a little bit of space above your head. And I would have flipped it where I was against the back white garage door instead of seeing the exercise equipment and things like that. And that's from Coach Josh. So Ian, let's bring in Ian. Ian, what did you think? Man, I love his tone. I love his voice.
Yeah, and this is a song that I enjoy more and more the more I've heard it. It's a grower. But that's a bit of a problem for a competition, right? Because we've got to have performances that grab you the first time you hear it, because you hear it once, you judge it. You hear it once, you judge it. And this is more of a one that sinks in and percolates with you to really love it. In terms of the performance, I agree. I've chosen a different wall. The backdrop is just too busy and distracting. And the way he's holding his glasses in his hand and kind of reaching forward with them, I'm like, do you need me to take them for you? Are they just getting in your way? Again, they're little things that just distract and take you out the moment and take you out of the emotion of the song. But those are easy fixes. And part of what's exciting about this competition is that we're looking for people to have mentors for 4 weeks for Keep On Singing and to get that development. These are such simple fixes that can help Deshaun be the superstar I think he's meant to be. And I love seeing those artists who have that great talent and potential, and you see that it's all there but not quite tweaked yet. He's somebody to really watch out for in this competition.
Yes. One thing that you have to watch out for, because it's on here numerous times from the judges. I have the notes. How many people? I think 4 people questioned if you had gum in your mouth. Take the gum out of your mouth. However, I am a singer who I do chew gum through my show to keep myself my moisture going and my spit going. So I do understand why you do that. Don't do it for an audition video. It's the one thing. However, so many people are like, man, you have such strong dynamic range and your volume controller is spot on. You definitely have skills, Deshaun, but I'd like to hear you sing something else, which I was like, ooh, I really liked it. So, such a unique song, and I loved your tone and raspiness. So great job, Deshaun. And, Deshaun. And we are going to show what your score is now. Bam! 29.25. Arkansas is coming to play.
Yes, Arkansas comes to play every year.
Every year.
Definitely know what they're doing.
Wait, we got something. We got something from the outside. Miriam Kim. No gum while singing. No gum. You see what we did there? Oh, thank you, Miriam. Miriam is like, no gum. She'll come in. She'll rip it out of your mouth.
She'll put her hand out and make you spit it in her hand.
Yep.
I don't know, COVID. That's not allowed.
Oh, all right. We're going to bring up our next singer, who again is from Arkansas.
Yes, and we've been corrected. It's Sweet Pig.
Yeah,
Razorbacks.
I wish I could bring them into this
I know,
just to
I
have
know.
them.
That is the one piece. It'd be awesome to be able to bring the cheering squads in.
Yep, and look at how look at that.
We're gonna all get to watch Grant Cullum.
Yep.
In day one video. And what
Yep.
what did he decide?
He's gonna
day
do
one?
Change is gonna come.
He's
Like I
gonna do
said,
Change is gonna come.
number one song request.
Number one.
I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know the change gonna come. I go to the movie and I go downtown, but somebody keeps telling me don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Listen, I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. Oh, but he winds up knocking me down on knocking me down on my knees. Long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will.
So good. Oh my gosh. Grant.
Another example of Arkansas talent.
Oh, totally.
Every year.
I loved his clean outfit. I know it sounds weird, but I've seen people in the competition like just wear a dirty t-shirt in the competition. I'm always like, what? I love that outfit you wore. I can't say enough about your voice because I'm really just a big fan. I love the tone. I love what you do with your artistry in that song. There were a couple issues here and there with pitch, but overall, man, like you give me the chills when you sing that. So Ian Murphy, how do you feel?
Yeah, on a technical level, this was very, very good. And when we watch the whole video, you know, it's very well acted. It feels like every single moment in it is prepared and poised, even down to his initial approach to the microphone. He's got tremendous talent, lovely tone in his voice. I love the way that he can let notes trail off, but perfectly under his control. So you're hearing exactly the note and exactly the way he wants it to be. His breath control, excellent. Sometimes perhaps a little bit too poised. And this is kind of a nitpick, and I say this just because he's so good, that just sometimes I want to hear him let go a little more, especially with a song like this. But I can't detract from just a superb performance.
Yeah. Look, every judge, such a strong voice, pitch perfect, scales were clean, perfect showcase for your range. Another person, great damn job. That's the great damn job. And he said, they said, if I don't see you move on to the next portion of the competition, I'm going to quit. So, whoa,
wow,
that's something. That's some big. Okay, I'm going to just stop there. And because Grant's like, wait, what? Oh, he's feeling all good right now. And
very good performance. This so far has been a good start off. The talent, as we've been saying, the talent is fantastic.
And for those of you playing at home, Grant's score,
those of you playing along,
is bam
33.89. 33.89.
So far, that is the first time we broke the 30 barrier.
Yes.
So amazing job, Grant. Amazing. Thank you, Ian. We're going to come back again. And our next singer comes from Texas.
Texas.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Yes.
So our next singer actually tried out twice. So one of the things I love about KWC is that as a singer, sometimes you come into a competition, you don't know what you're doing. Like, you don't know what the rules of competition are. Sometimes you're in a bar, usually at KWC, you're in a bar and you're like, wait, there's a karaoke
right. I'm gonna do
contest here.
Let's
and
do
I'm gonna do it. and you don't know anything about it. And the next thing you know, it's like a world competition. You're like, what? And then maybe the first time you don't place and you're like, okay, now that they told me, or like I know what they're looking for, I'm coming back to play. And this girl came back to play. I'm telling you. Here is Fatima Patterson coming from Texas.
Do you want it? Hold my hand. Tell me you're my little man. Oh, baby. Do you want to dance? Dance. We could dance under the moonlight. Hug and kiss all through the night, oh baby. Do you want to dance with me, baby? Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance with me, baby? Kiss me, baby, all through the night. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Tell me, do you want to dance?
Yeah. Oh God, so good. Thank you so much, Fatima. So by the way, those bricks were not in her video that the judges saw. They did not see that. They didn't see that cut. They saw the full video. But
without them in the vertical form.
yes. So
Vertical.
no vertical. Now we want to make sure they're horizontal.
Horizontal.
But amazing job, Fatima. I really love that performance and your voice, the tone that you have, and the
So
color that
smooth.
comes out.
So
so
smooth.
good. Ian.
So I really like the expressiveness of Fatima's personality. There's a fun that's there that shines through what I actually thought was a bit of a ropey vocal. I was disappointed with it. It's a fairly slow song, and it actually seems slower than it is when Fatima's singing it. And for me, it kind of felt like you're reading a book with someone, and you've already finished the page, and you've got to sit there and wait for them to be ready to the page of the book. You're just, now, come on, let's get going here. I think the chorus to me sounded pitchy, and that's unfortunate when it's a reprise of the title of the song. For me, do you want to dance? No, thank you. No.
You are Simon.
Got the accent.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the
everything.
accent. We're like, I'm like Ian, like, hey, Ian, you want to come on the show and talk to people? And he's like, yes. Oh man,
Learn how to fake that accent.
I've got to say, Ian, all the judges actually, that's like the theme in here. A lot of people like, you have so much potential, but your vocal consistency is a must. Remember the dynamics and your highs and lows. Perform the song really well, but I wouldn't have chosen that song choice just because it was too just mellow. It didn't really show enough of what you can do as an artist. And three of them said that, hey, you have such a great tone and voice. Remember though that with your technique, you have to stay in pitch because it got pitchy at times. So that's all. But she scored very well and she did a great job. Remember, we're trying to find the next world champion. So if we're saying something, we're not doing this to cut you down. We're actually trying to build you into a champ. So these are all notes for you to be like, oh, I can see where I did this and this and this and this and this.
Yes. And day one is the average total of the day. So
Yes,
it's not the full score total. It's the average from the judges of your total points. And Fatima got 27.33.
Yeah. really good job.
Yeah,
Really good job.
fantastic.
And like, we just beat her up for no reason at all. That's no, Fatima, we love you. But no, we actually really did enjoy that. Just when we're looking at competitions and stuff, we're trying to come up with what the next champ's going to be. So, all right, our next singer comes from California, and she was in the KWC the last 2 years, I believe. Yeah, last 2 years. Yeah. So here she is. Here's Renee Turcotte. Oh,
Yes.
I hope I said it right.
Renee Turcotte.
I always say names right.
You want all my love and my devotion. You want my loving soul right on my life. I have no doubt that I could love you forever. The only true believes you really don't have the time. You've got one night only, that's all you have to spare. One night only, let's not pretend to care. Something so right has got no chance to live. So let's forget about chances. It's one night I will give. One night only, you'll be the only one. One night only, then you'll have to run. Ooh, one night only, there's nothing more to say. One night only, words get in the way.
Oh yes, awesome job. One night only. That one, I like that version. There's a few different versions of that song.
There's like a disco version, I believe,
Yep,
of that
there's
song.
a disco version.
There's a slower version that slows it down when you hit that next part.
Man, such a pretty voice
Beautiful.
and great performance. Love the background and the way it's shot.
Absolutely amazing.
Ian, hi there.
So this is the first Jennifer Hudson song that we're hearing, and I thought it was interesting just how many different Jennifer Hudson songs appear in our top 50. I think there are 4, something like that, which was really surprising. And she is a hard act to follow. I love Jennifer Hudson. I love her voice and what she can do with it. I thought the first 45, 60 seconds of this were excellent, but she gets a little pitchy when those high notes come. And I think that's largely breath control. There are some issues with there. But when that pitchiness comes in and the breath control, we start to lose the tempo of the song. We start to lose the theatrical nature of the narrative of the song. It starts to fall apart a little. But she has a great look. I agree, a great backdrop. And when I heard this the first time, I thought it kind of... But I was really stoked to hear her day 2 entry, because you can tell she has so much talent. You can tell there's a good voice there, and that she knows how to present and deliver. And there's that feeling that she has so much more to offer that we might get on day 2. So I was hesitant, but excited.
Yeah, it was mind blowing. Like I really love her voice. She has a totally unique voice, something that you don't hear from everyone. So when she is doing a big song like Jennifer Hudson and puts her own flair on it too, it's cool to see that different take. I totally agree with that. This is what the other judges had to say. Love your tone, love your vibrato. Only critique is don't drag the song out too much. Another one says great dynamics, your connection and emotion. You look like a star. And then there's a strong delivery, but then there are just slight pitch issues just in your key transitions when you're switching, to get higher and lower. And an overall great job, and every great song, great video, great voice. You did a very, very, very good job. Keep it up was So, woo. All right.
So let's see how Renee did with her performance for day one.
Dun dun dun. Whoa.
32.73.
Yeah.
Another one cracked the 30 barrier.
Whoa. This is now it's now a competition. All right. If it wasn't before, great job, Renee. Our next singer is Talon Lewis, who comes from Nevada. Talon also would tried out multiple times. So the first time she tried out, she just missed that mark, and we made sure to reach out to her and be like, please try again. And here she is again, and really bringing her best foot forward, doing some dancing on my own.
I just wanna dance all night, and I'm all messed up, I'm so out of line. Yeah, stilettos and broken bottles, I'm spinning around in circles, and I'm in the corner watching you kiss her. Oh, oh, oh. And I'm right over here. Why can't you save me? Oh, oh, oh. And I'm giving it my all, but I'm not the girl you take it home. Ooh, I keep dancing on my own. And no. So far away, but still so near. The lights come on, the music dies. But you don't see me standing here. I just came to say goodbye. I'm in the corner watching you kiss her. Oh, and I'm giving it my all, but I'm not the girl you take it home. Ooh, I keep dancing on my own. And oh no.
There we go. I keep doing that. Great job, man. She has such a power voice. Like, I really, my only thing is, like, I just wish that she had a backdrop. Sound wise, it was good, and dressed in something different. The artistry is starting to come through in your personality. And I think just sometimes even those little steps, like doing that, will bring you into a character, or like that, more of that feeling. When you're dressed really casually and you're just doing it in your kitchen, it still just feels like, oh yeah, I'm just singing on a regular video. So those extra little things, especially earlier, someone said, hey, I really love that production. Look, that production of the last video of Renee's, it was just seriously a backdrop and a nice camera. So it doesn't take much anymore to make quality videos at home. Ian.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Renee's look for one song. And one thing we see, though, sometimes is that performers will wear the same things or something very similar in multiple videos. And that's when it's kind of like, okay, we've seen this. Or if it is a kind of everyday look, you know, we want to see something else there as well. But I thought her song choice was terrific. It's got that great kind of mid-tempo. I thought what she did really well was in using those pauses between the lines in the verses. They're quite unusual in a pop song, that you really get the sense of mentally how she's inserting herself into that lyric, and you have a moment to feel that yourself. So I was really impressed with, actually, she didn't seem at all uncomfortable with those couple of seconds of silence that are there in between phrases. It really became part of it, a sense of done on my own. So a lot of things I really liked about this. A great voice. I really want to hear more from her.
Oh yeah. In fact, Miriam Kim, who is watching from home and was one of the judges and also a coach for Keep On Singing, gives you that tip. Please make sure you dress to impress as part of your score. Picture what you wear if you're sending this video as a showcase spot. Exactly. But everyone really loved your voice. Someone said perfect song to showcase what you can do. You really captured the emotional core of this piece. A solid vocal performance. Everyone's like, so that keeps talking about your confidence. You have this great confidence, great strong voice, and everyone wants to see you again. They're like, give me another one. Give me another one. All right. Well, let's see.
Which is part of why we do 2 videos from every singer, because sometimes you can have a song that, you know, maybe it was a bad choice, didn't fit, or you had an off day. We like to give everybody 2 chances.
Yeah. And Talon, your score.
Day 1.
Bam. 30.59. We're now like,
this is solid. That's
like this a trend
score.
going on.
Yeah.
By the way, this is not also these videos that the judges have seen. Not only were they not edited, they didn't see the edited ones. It's the first time they're seeing it. But the other thing they didn't see was this order. This is a total random order for day 1 and day 2. I wanted to make it fresh for the judges who are just watching this again as well, and people at home, because also I didn't want to have you guys go through their process. I want you to process this in a different way. And also we do that at nationals usually.
Exactly. It's
so that's what we're like, I'm going to keep
order.
around. Katie came home last night. Actually, she said, you randomized the scores. I mean, the scores, not the scores. That would be terrible.
Yeah, that's not randomized the scores. We're not
no,
doing that.
I can't. Have to call Canada for that.
No.
Canada actually controls our judging software, so they're the ones
they
who
provide the technical support.
Yeah, they're like, who can we make sure?
No,
that's not Team
There's
Canada.
no
rocks.
maniacal Canadians.
But Talon, yeah, your score, man, that was pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
That's fantastic.
All right, Ian, we're gonna put you back there. Our next singer is from Florida. Kristen Hernandez, doing some Never Loved a Man.
You're no good heartbreaker. You're a liar and you're a cheat. And I don't know why I let you do these things to me. My friends keep telling me that you ain't no good, but what they don't know is that I'd leave you if I could. I guess I'm uptight and I'm stuck like glue, 'cause I ain't never loved a man the way that I loved you. I can't sleep at night, and I can't eat a bite, no. I guess I'll never be free since you got your hooks in me. Oh, yeah. I ain't never loved a man. I ain't never loved a man. No, that hurt me so bad. And this is what I'm gonna do about it. Oh, I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah. Ooh, look, different camera angle. What? Great job. Oh wow. Thanks, Kristen. Yeah. So a lot of the time when you're making videos, it's really hard to get away to find that great spot. And one of the cool things about a bathroom is that really the acoustics of a bathroom can be really good. That's why everyone likes to sing in the shower and everything. I like that you made that your choice. I would have just tried to disguise a little bit and maybe put some kind of fabric behind you to grab, because it sometimes bounces a little bit too much. And the camera angle I'd bring up. That's my production notes. I always give everyone. And again, guys, I want to show you all the full videos. And this was hard for me to edit them because I don't like dropping parts of people's songs. I want you to see the full video. And that's another reason why we're going to keep them and put them up on the KWCUSA.com website for after the show.
They're full length as they were judged.
Yep, full length as they were judged. Ian. What were your thoughts?
Really like Kristen's voice. There's a bonus in there to that kind of rough rock bluesy kind of voice that's so enjoyable and kind of a little bit of Lana Miles. But there are times when with this performance she gets a bit shouty, and we need a little bit more subtlety on the power of the voice, a little more attention to the dynamics. They're going softer, growing loud. She does miss that top note, and it does hurt. You really remember that note a lot. I love how put together she is with her appearance, kind of chic rock look, and the energy that she has is almost slightly manic, and she makes I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You sound a little threatening, a little dangerous. I loved that. Brought a different edge to the song while still singing it exactly the same way. So a lot of good things about it, but you've got to make sure you get every note and get it spot on.
You know what? Thank you, Ian. You know what I love about your commentary? You can tell it's coming from someone who's been in journalism, and I love that. What you guys don't know actually is that Ian broke the scoring software because his notes.
We now know the character limit in the software, the character limitations, and we have Ian to thank for that. I don't know that I would have ever known that.
But reading your notes, it's like reading the newspaper, like on a review, and it's so great because the detail and like what you bring to this is fantastic. Thank you so much. People say, I love your attitude. Watch the end of the melodies. And remember that the melodies are just as important as the beginning. But also make sure you get the breath support. All of them say the breath support for your high note, so you can really hit that. People like your tone, your vibrato. They said that over-exaggeration on the notes can take away from its spirit. So you want to just reel that back and watch out with the scoops. Don't do the scoops. So let's see what Kristen scored. 24.8.
24.8.
Yeah.
Solid score. They're all
Look at Ian. Ian's like, what? I know. Ian's like,
they're an average of all the judges.
And this is what actually happens with all the judges, because you
Exactly.
see someone, you're like, I would have given her like a 30 something, and but there's an average. So some people love it, some people, and you also don't know what kind of mood the judges are in when they're judging. So like I'm always like, man, get yourself in a really good mood before you judge and everything. But then they have me constantly hitting them up saying, hey, how is judging going? Right. And then they're like, oh, really? That. No, I'm kidding. So
Deadline.
Let's see if I want to see if any of the other coaches jumped in. No, it does not look like it, but very, very, very good job. Sorry. And then we're going on to North
Carolina.
North Carolina. Sorry, I lost my spot there. With Roberto
Candelaria from North Carolina.
And he's doing some If Tomorrow Never Comes, a classic country song. I do love this song. And it's a little bit of Garth Brooks.
Cause I've lost loved ones in my life who never knew how much I love them. Now I live with the regret that my true feelings for them never were revealed. So I made this promise to myself to say each day how much she means to me, and avoid that circumstance when there's no second chance to tell her how I feel. And if tomorrow never comes, would she know how much I love her? That I try in every way and show her every day that she's my only one. And if my time on earth were through, and she must face this world without me, is the love I gave her in the past gonna be enough to last if tomorrow never comes? So tell that someone that you love just what you're thinking of if tomorrow never comes.
Thank you, Roberto. Oh yeah, great job. Great job. It's a little country there, some Garth Brooks. That's something that actually Big Elvis sings over at the Harris Piano Bar.
It's true.
It is a great song. For me, I'm gonna give you guys all video tips. So that's I'm like. So I would like you to maybe take a step back and just make sure you just tilt that angle down the camera. Maybe do a couple takes beforehand just to make sure, because you're really in there. And there's a lot of it's mostly your head. But I really like the delivery and I like what you brought to the performance. Ian, hi Ian.
I think the best thing about this performance is just how impassioned that delivery is. You can tell that this song and the sentiment of it means a lot to the performer. And that's great. That's a lot of what helps bring you into a song and help you enjoy it. But unfortunately, his tone was a little flat. It was very pitchy. Kind of like the melody's in a different room and the door's been slammed shut on it and he's 5 minutes away from trying to break down the door and get through there. I hate to say it, I hate to break it to Roberto, but based on this performance tomorrow, not only not coming, it's trying to break the speed limit as it drives away from him.
Interesting. Miriam, speed limit. Miriam Kim, make sure you make the breaks in between phrases smoother. Don't end the phrases so abruptly. And Trevor Keller's joining us. One of our other one. He says breast. I think it's supposed to see breath support.
Yes.
Like, and he's
Here's
like,
the next
yeah,
one.
breath
Breath
support. Thanks, Trevor. Trevor also is one of our judges who has been out there.
Yes. So a few of the comments that Josh's reading off might be from Trevor.
Yeah. A few of them say it's a bit slow for a competition song. Good vibrato. Everyone talks about your pitch. You just need to breathe better. It's all about your breath. Great control of your vibrato. One person said, first thing it says, if you are about to record an audition, please turn off the TV or any other devices in the background. It just looks bad, bud. I love the song, but it feels like you're trying to turn it into a music theater performance, and it doesn't translate on the song. But I love your drive. Cool. All right. Let's see what his score is.
Let's see what Roberto got with that song. For day one, 23.61.
Yeah. Not too shabby. I like that. All right. Our next singer is coming from California.
Tamika Devant is coming from California. And Tamika was in the event last year as well. She came to nationals and did an amazing job last year. And so we were excited to see her come in again and bring us these video selections.
Yeah, look, you can already see her. She's like, oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. So here's Tamika doing Wait, I always mess up names. I don't even know anymore. But here she is doing some stand-up.
I'm inspired and hopeful each and every day. That's how I know that things are gonna change. So how can I pretend that I don't know what's going on when every second and every minute another soul is gone? And I believe that in my life I will see and into hopelessness, for giving up, for suffering. If we all stand together this one time, then no one
I know I want to keep hearing you. I'm like, I don't want to cut it off. Oh my gosh. Seriously, you're such like that. Your voice, like, I'll give you money to watch shows from you. Like, seriously, like I moved my camera, so I have to keep remembering where that's. I'll give you money to see shows from you. Like, wow, power voice. Ian, welcome.
Yeah. Wow. This was the first moment for me when I was just, blown away and thrilled with the performance. So, as you said before, the judge listened to these in a different order. So it's no disrespect to what we've already heard. But that rich tone in her voice, so much warmth, such a great vibrato, and the skill to know when to deploy it. It's not there all the time. It's especially there on the high notes. It's always there on the big notes. When her voice goes high, she still has the control. When she's singing high and soft, it's a little bit Randy Crawford. When it's high and loud and she makes the power, my goodness, there's the sweetest pitch of Diana Ross present. But always it's Tamika. You hear those influences, you hear those styles. There's a familiarity to it, a warmth, but it's also something new. It's Tamika. Also, when she gets that volume and power in there, she never oversings it. She brings exactly as much as she's got the control, and she's got the understanding of the musicology to know it's too much and pull back just slightly before. She had a great look and style. That was really enjoyable as well. It's a well put together look. It's inspiring. And finally, she took a flop single from Destiny's Child and she makes it sound like her first hit record. To me, I need more of her music in my life.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Miriam Kim says she really appreciates clean diction. Don't break up those words when phrasing your song. Yeah, I mean, everyone, look at this. You have other competitors. She's slaying, and James Bueller, who's also in the competition. Disgustingly good runs. Oh my gosh, yes. And your score was pretty amazing. I didn't get a chance to look up the scores from the other judges. I know that they were all gushing over you because your score was a 32.88. Yeah, up there. And again,
Nice.
I want to hear you sing over and over and over. Whew. All right. Our next singer is coming from Virginia. Virginia bringing it. We have Jameel Clipper doing some Open Up My Heart.
Now what if I choose the wrong thing to do? I'm so afraid of disappointing you. So I need to talk to you and ask you for your guidance, especially today. When my life is so cloudy, guide me until I'm sure I open up my heart. Oh yeah. My hopes and dreams are fading fast. I'm all burnt out, and I don't think my strength's gonna last. So I'm crying out to you. Oh, I know that you're the only one who is able to pull me through. So I know I need to talk to you and ask you for your guidance, especially today. When my words seem so clouded, Lord, guide me until I'm sure.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Jameel. Woo. All right. So I want to give you some tips really quick about the video. So when you're shooting video on your phone and everything, you have one of those really cool karaoke microphones. I really like those things. On them, so we ask people when they're making your video to do it in one take. You can take the master audio from that microphone. That microphone actually on the bottom should have a micro SD slot or something. And those microphones, a lot of them allow you to record. So I would actually say for the future, try to record off there and then put it back together. You cannot do anything separately, but you can do that with audio and video. As long as it's taken in that same take, you can do it. You can't enhance the audio though with the vocoding or pitch control or anything. But man, the whole time I was like, oh, I want to hear that backing track. And I actually made a version with the backing track so I could hear it with the backing track, and you sounded really good. And without that backing track, because we could barely hear it at all, and it just sort of sounded like a warbling, that it was hard to tell about pitch control.
It was hard to tell if it was a cappella or not. And I think that was one of the pieces for some of the judges. They did comment on that I thought it was a cappella, but I heard a faint backing track in there, so I know it wasn't. And so sometimes that's just playing with it a little bit and figuring out your volume controls in your room and your setting as you're recording.
Yep. Ian.
So I want to say with the song choice, how cool it was to get Yolanda Adams, the first lady of modern gospel. I love her voice. I love what she does with her music. It's a very brave choice, therefore, as a result. There's not really anyone else like Yolanda Adams out there. And then to do that with the falsetto pitch, which is a very difficult tool. You can't be pitchy with falsetto. It just falsetto leaves you completely exposed. And if you're uneven, you're in trouble. And this whole song is right up there in that upper register. It was hard in his breathing. It was hard because times that he was itchy. And yeah, not quite sure where the accompaniment line was and what was going with it. It made the song meander a little bit and let him, a very uneven performance.
Exactly. I'm looking at all the judges' notes, and they're also talking about it did come a cappella, and a lot of them were thrown off by your range. Like they were like, whoa, like that falsetto, like where'd that come from? A lot of people wish the music was louder. Loved the song, but the music was almost unable to. Yeah, same thing. Breath support, and yeah. One of them said, "This is actually a great tip. You clearly have a nice voice. I just have to wonder if you actually listen back to this. In a competition where you can send in a recorded video, sending a video like this with unbalanced audio and super hot vocals just makes it seem like you didn't really care enough to record it again and get it until you get it sounding right." And it's stuff like, this happens in all competitions. When I talked to Nyla, and she's like, oh my God, we ask for these videos to be a certain way, and we get it for AGT or for the other shows she's doing. She's like, we say, do it this way, and then they just send whatever. And she's always like, I'm like, why would you do that? Because you only have one chance. And so what's cool is you do get two chances. You get the first 2 rounds. But a lot of times, especially when you're auditioning or you're trying to move on in a round, you got to really check those videos out. Make sure you're sending the best one. And I know there are also people who are in this competition who made 10 or 12 takes of a song until they find, and then they went through all of them to find their best one. Miriam, please review your videos before you submit and try to judge yourself first to see if it's right to send. So, and other singers are also saying though they thought it was a cappella. So you want to make sure of that. But those microphones are really cool, and with that kind of technology, you can actually record on those microphones as well. But Jamil, you scored a 21.26. So still, you're over that 20-point mark. 20 points means that you scored a 5. You averaged a 5 in every area, and a 5 is actually not bad. It means you're a good karaoke singer. Bad thing. Ooh, I meant to chew. I'm back, Ian. Ian, we'll come right back to you, and we're moving on to Texas to a returning singer, Will Celestial, doing some Bridge Over Troubled Water.
When you're on the street, yeah, when evening falls so hard, I will walk with you. I'll take your heart
darkness comes, and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. I'm sailing right behind, like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind, like a breeze over troubled water. I will ease your mind.
Oh, yeah. Slaying it up there. That's Will Celestial, everyone. Man, that jacket, I thought I was the only one who was admiring that jacket. But Miriam also was like, hey, I'm living for that blazer, yo.
Right? That was one of the things taking it off a stage. We also didn't get the costuming and all of the sequins and jackets and sports coats and the amount of velvet and paisley and all of the fun things. So I'm glad to see some representation in sparkly jackets and attire.
Yeah, it was for me, it's like you have that chance to make when everyone's like, I wish this was on stage. You made that your stage. I love that about your performance, was that you really took advantage of that spot. And even with those curtains, those plain window curtains behind you, they were really well. Again, please do your videos horizontally. And what I saw when I was editing it, because I did zoom in, there's a lot of space over your head. So make sure that the video, that you're nicely balanced in there. Ian.
So I agree with all of that. And Will, you know, he clearly has a lot of fun performing and enjoys it. And I think part with his look as well. And it was great to see some of that kind of show business in there and some of that kind of lounge singer vibe. You know, the song choice is interesting because it's one of those songs that most people know, most people think they can sing, that is a lot harder than you think it is. Low notes are pretty low, you've got to go up pretty high. Energy has to sustain and slowly build kind of gospel finish. That's really, really hard to do with karaoke. And I think that Will struggled a bit with that. There were issues with his sometimes and with pitchiness, and his personal movement, his motion gets a little faster than the tempo. He looks a little too energetic for what's going on. So a little iffy at times, but I just love the sense that he is a true entertainer and that he loves what he's doing. He loves being there and delivering it to people. And I thank him for bringing a classic to us.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like, I want to bring him to Vegas. Like, I can see him on a Vegas stage here. Like, it's like really professional what he's doing. People, I loved your presentation, your charisma, and everything. And make sure you really get that breath underneath those higher notes and that you finish your line solidly. Great song choice, fits your vocal well, good connection, and use of space. And then they said, loved your voice, loved your falsetto too. So everyone's right on board with the same type of notes.
Let's see if the average score is. And Will Celestial for day one got 29.08.
Yeah, that is good.
That is good. That's good.
Good. All right.
And for those of you playing along, make sure you write these down so you can go and figure out who is in the lead after day one, which will throw completely off by their next performances.
And when I'm giving tips to a singer, just remember that these notes that we all are telling them, they can also apply to you too. So there's a lot of things where you might hear something that we're saying to someone, you like, I relate with that, because we want to make sure that you all are getting something out of this. So when you're even hearing for notes about other people's performances, look at what they did in their performance and then be like, how can I get my performance better too, or get to that level if someone really crushed a song or not.
Yes. We're going to stay in Texas for a minute.
Yup, we sure are. Ooh, Ian, I'm going to put you back there again. Oh, yes, with Alyssa.
It's Alyssa Meadows.
Doing some Love on the Brain.
And you got me let go, oh yeah. What you want from me? And I tried to buy you pretty out of the price too high. Baby, you got me like oh, you love me enough so you can put me together and throw me against the wall. Baby, you got me like don't you stop loving me, don't be loving me, just stop loving me. Oh, and me, I'm just fighting fire just to get close to you. You burn away, and I walk for miles just to get a taste. Must be on the brain, yeah. That's got me feeling this way. It beats me back and blue, but it fucks me so good. I can't get enough. Must be on the brain. And it keeps cursing my name. No matter what I do, I'm no good without you. I can't get enough. Must be on my brain.
Oh, yeah. Some Love on the Brain. That one, when that song first hit, that song was done by so many people. I gotta say, I love that we got to see her full body and everything. I like the sound quality of it. But again, horizontal videos. I'm gonna say that all the time. So and
I think that should be a point to take a shot, everyone. Every
right?
time he complains,
Yeah, right.
about,
Drinking
about
game at home,
horizontal videos.
and if you're sober,
if
then
you're playing
have
at home,
have a soda water. So, but I really liked it, and well, hey, Ian's here. Let's bring Ian in. Hi, Ian. What did you think?
I think Alyssa has a really great tone in her voice. It really quite lovely, a mixture of sweetness and power and energy that's in there. I like the song. I don't think it was necessarily the best choice because it doesn't kind of ramp up enough different places for her to show what her voice can really do. So for me, it was kind of a placeholder performance that is very much good enough. I feel like there's so much more to her that this performance didn't deliver. So I want to know what's next. I want to hear it. This song, but wrong. I think there's more to her, and I'm looking forward to the chance to hear it.
Oh yeah, yeah. For me, this song, it was so sung the year it came out at KWC, but it really just didn't do anything. The other coaches said so much control, solid delivery, but the song has a lot of scale work, and you hit your note choices without any sliding. Your pitches is spot on. Your vibrato's clean and have great control. Hope to see you some more. Another person said, really watch your diction. Good song in your voice. Everyone says, can't wait to hear more. Yeah. And they love your energy. So very awesome job. And Alyssa, your score is, Katie, tell her.
28.6.
Yeah.
Representing
Woo-hoo.
Texas, 28.6. Texas is doing pretty good in this section.
Yep. And again,
Texas.
The thing about these songs too, in the first day, again, they are just based on your average from all the judges. That is your score for the day.
Average.
And they're going to get added to your day 2 song, where your day 2 song is doubled of all the totals and then added with this. So if you did not read your emails, that is how these are going. So all right. Our next singer comes from Washington State.
Of Washington. Washington has always had some solid players on their team. So we're getting to see one of these players right now, Maya.
of me fondly when we've said goodbye. Remember me every so often. Please promise me you'll try. When you find that once again you long to take your heart back and be free, if you ever find a moment, spare a thought for me. We never said our love was evergreen or as unchanging as the sea. But if you can still remember, stop and think of me. Think of August when the leaves were green. Don't think about the way things might have been.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Maya. Oh my gosh. So that song, everyone always waits for that final note, and you slayed it. Great job. I love the outfit. Again, horizontal. So if you're at home playing, it's time to take a drink. Horizontal videos, everyone. Catch the fever. Don't catch the fever. Do not catch the fever. I had that fever for weeks. Ian, what did you think about that? That's a classic one.
Yeah, this is one of those songs everyone remembers and loves with Phantom of the Opera, one of the longest running musicals of all time. I thought this was pretty and fairly pleasant. One of the hard things, I think, for karaoke is when you come in with something that is operatic. Okay, this is light opera, but that really requires a different kind of breathing and singing technique. And things can sound a little better than they are because the technical skills are not necessarily there, but can still have this very pretty sounding voice. Some notes weren't sustained the way they should be. There was a little too much slurring, and sometimes those just weren't clean enough, really, for what we were looking for. So pretty nice, but to me, unexceptional.
All right. Ooh. Wow. Taking off the gloves again, Ian. No, Ian, a lot of people say the same thing. A couple of people say there's some pitch in some areas, and focus on that phrasing, because it just really feels like it's so programmed now, and you've sung it in the car to that album so many times. Another one says, don't overshoot your pitch, because a couple times you were going sharp. A lot of diction, and one of the coaches said, or judges said, style of the presentation was more Disney than Phantom. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Nice vocal with a few support and pitch issues, and you stayed within your character really well. And everyone loved your dress and the background. That was like, everyone's like, woo. And the high note, that high note.
Absolutely. Presentation was fantastic. Amazing.
All right. Let's see what Maya placed.
27.29. Yeah.
27.29. What did I say? What did I say?
27.29.
Okay, good. Then I got it right. I think I said it wrong the first time. All right, coming back to Texas and moving along, we have Monique McNeely from Texas doing some Hallelujah.
Now I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But
you really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Even though it all went wrong, I stand before the Lord of Song with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
Way to go. Oh, yes, Monique, thank you so much.
Texas is not playing around
Yep.
this year.
And by the way, she did a horizontal video.
She did.
Great
She
job.
did.
Great job.
What is that?
And again, if you look in her video and what she's doing is that she still made that her stage. Like, again, like it looked good. I would have maybe closed the blinds, but I really like that presentation. When you are singing and you're going for that high note, you sort of pushed a little bit too hard. I could hear your vocal folds actually slapping against it. You want to make sure that technique is down. But otherwise, a really good job. Ian.
Well, the journalist in me, wants to kind of say this doesn't sound anything like the traditional versions of the song. Leonard Cohen and even Rufus Wainwright. But we have to accept and welcome it's now a tradition to have a gospel infused version of it, and it doesn't matter if that's contrary to some of the lyrics. It's established way to perform a song. I thought she made a fair start with some restraint in the voice through that first verse, but it almost seemed like it was hard for her to hold her voice back, and her timing was a little odd in places. Occasionally the last note of a word would come in a half second late or a second late. Felt like she was out of breath. She gets a little flat on some of the runs. The word's very boisterous and dynamic, physically dynamic, and great gesticulation. It wasn't always a joyful noise. And to be honest, I've heard the song so many times now in competition, and it's one of my favorite songs, but I've heard it so many times, I don't need to hear another version. If I want to hear Hallelujah again, I'll go visit with the sound.
Ian, you froze up for a second. You froze up, but it's okay. We got that, and yeah, it's been sung a lot. It really has. However, I'm going to send you my version, and you can judge that. How about that?
Hear it one more time.
Miriam Kim, tip: work on relaxing the tongue. People don't think of this, but tongue tension is hurtful on tone and not visually appealing either. The tongue should be neutral. Yeah, I think that's actually in your notes here too. Other coaches and judges said, good low part, don't let your pitch sag. I love it when you let go and sing. Some people, again, they said the same thing, pushing that breath support to strengthen the phrases, watch that breath. And at times it was like you were really into the song, and other times you were just singing the song. So everyone said they loved that you sang like there was not even a camera in front of you. So that was great. Monique, your score is, I'm going to have Katie tell you.
27.22. 27.22. Fair.
Yeah.
There's some good, there's like a whole good pack of people in there. If you're playing along at home, you'll know who they are because you're writing down all these totals.
Yeah. I wonder how many people are actually like, they have like a little notepad out. They're like, I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to see where I'm at. So it puts you on your toes. And remember to please share this. Share the KWC USA YouTube page, as well as the website, as well as the Facebook page. Please subscribe. If you're watching this, just subscribe. Nothing bad's gonna happen. You might just get more entertainment. You know, how wrong is that? All right, moving on to North Carolina.
North Carolina again.
We have Rosette White with some rock. Right. What did I say? White. I said, oh,
it's right.
Okay.
There's an R in there.
Right is doing some rock steady.
Step and move your hips with a feeling from side to side. Set yourself down in your car and take a ride while we're moving. Rock steady, baby. Let's call this song exactly what it is. It's a funky and low down feeling in my hips from left to right. What it is I might be doing this funky dance all night. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rock steady, baby. Rock steady. Woo! Rock steady. Rock steady. It's a funky and low down feeling in my hips from left to right. What it is I might be doing this funky dance all night. Rock steady baby. Rock steady baby. Steady baby. Steady baby. Woo!
Oh yeah, so much fun. Some rock steady.
Nice.
That song is actually sung. It seems like it's sung every year at KWC. I am not a big fan of that song for competition just because of how repetitive it is. I do like that voice you brought, that voice and power that you brought. Again, please do some videos that are horizontal. And I know that you guys are all like, what are you talking about? It looked horizontal to me. I put those curtains on the side and everything. But, overall, I thought it was really good. I really want you to really grasp the artistry, though, and show more confidence. Before we move on to Ian, I'm going to bring up Miriam's tip to don't be afraid to smile on a fun song like this. So thank you, Miriam. Oh, and Dennis, by the way, Dennis DeSachimo, who's been watching, he's a professional singer out here. He's always been part of KWC. And this year, like with the shutdown, he wasn't part of it. He said, I need to play trumpet behind you, sing it, and you got me dancing, and I can't dance. So
that's always the biggest compliment. If you can get people dancing, you know you're doing the song well. You're hitting it.
Oh yeah, Ian, what do you have to say?
Oh, Josh, you're right that this isn't a great song for competition, and I think partly because not just the repetitism of the lyric, but there's not enough range in the song to show what a singer could do. Let's put that aside for a moment and talk about how beautiful her tone is with her voice. It's sweet and funky, and she can bring the power and not lose the sweetness. And it's got a little high, but it still maintains that sweet quality. Excellent voice, loved it. Her motion was really good. It's really in sync with the song. And when she does the whoa, 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 just absolutely beautiful with her voice. Now, a bit repetitive. You're kind of like, haven't I heard this part of the song before? She can't do anything about that except choose something different. I wanted to hear more of what her voice can do. It's limited on that. But I really enjoyed this performance, and I looked because I thought this was Aretha Franklin. I thought, let me just check on Wikipedia. No, it says it's Rossetti Wright. It's her song now. I thought it was a great rendition of the song.
Oh yes, that was awesome. I gotta tell you, the coaches also said and judges said they love that background, like that wallpaper. I don't know, I wasn't even sure if it was really wallpaper or if she had an actual padded wall, because I'm like, I want a padded wall like that. Like, that was pretty sweet. It looked like you were in a club was shooting that. So like, I love that background. As someone, they also said that love your outfit and energy. This person, you have a rich honey-toned soul voice. And they also appreciate, so you guys didn't see the full video because I had to cut these down, that they really liked that you introduced yourself. But remember, if you're going to jam like this, it'd be nice to see you take advantage of that song and really get into it with your body movements and everything. So, all right. Whew, power voice right there. Let's see what Rosette got.
30.73.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Good score.
And some rock steady. Let's see if there's anyone else. Yeah. All right, Ian, we're going to come back to you in just a second. We're going to bring up our next singer, Mark Melton, coming from Nevada. Very energetic videos. And I can't wait for you guys to see what he's bringing to the table with
Mark
some
Melton Jr.
Boots on.
Man, I've been working too hard, 10-hour days and I'm tired. Damn, this knuckle busted, back breaking, no paying job. Know where I'm going from here. Hot-headed one cold beer, kick up my heels for a little while and do it country style. In my dirty old hat with my crooked little grin, granite neck and these callous hands. In my muddy pair of jeans with that Copenhagen ring, no need to change a thing. Hey y'all, I'm going out with my boots on. How I keep catching her eye, man, I keep wondering why. Ain't nothing special about it. Oh shucks, country boy, man, she's sure looking good, like something from Hollywood. She got me thinking that I just might leave here with her tonight. In my dirty old hat and my crooked little grin, granite beating neck and these callous hands. In my muddy pair of jeans with that Copenhagen ring, no need to change a thing. Hey y'all, I'm going out with my boots on.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mark. Oh, that one was fun. A little bit of country right there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone always thinks for some reason that there's a prejudice against country or that country doesn't win. And you grab a good country song and you do something with it, you have just as good a chance as any at being the next national champ.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I like that it was vertical. Again, if you could get some more, just a little bit more space away, and something we're going to work on and keep on singing, which I really hope to see you there, is how to make those videos, because it sounded tinny to me. Just when in the video, the track was sort of tinny. I would just try to find another way to record, and that's something we'll work with you on. So, but man, I love your exuberance, and you're so much fun to listen to and watch.
This was a very well acted song. All of Mark's expressions and actions and movement, you know, his head sort of bobs all over the place, but in a controlled, deliberate way. You know, it's part of the performance, part of his boisterousness. Very fun. That little bit of grit in the voice that at first don't quite hear it on the verse, and then it comes in with a little power and style for that chorus that the song really just comes to life. You get the sense that he believes exactly what he's singing. He's going out with his boots on, and the last note of that title line, the way he sustains the boot on, the power's in there, the grit, the strength is great. I was so surprised by how much I enjoyed this, and I love that he has a share concert poster on his wall in the background.
Right?
Yeah, I did. I was wondering how many people were going to catch that and notice that one.
Yeah, I love his room. I love his room. I'm like, the first time I was like, is that like how he always lived? Like, is that his bedroom?
That's
'Cause that's a
actually
cool
one of the
bedroom.
things I really enjoyed about these videos is that all of you, without knowing it, let us into your life a little
Yep.
bit. Some people had cats wander through. Some people
Mhm.
had kids wander through.
Yep.
We got to see bedrooms, bathrooms, all sorts. But we got to see a little bit of your
A
life
kitchen.
and
We
your
got
world.
to see a kitchen.
kitchen, absolutely.
Mhm.
And so that's one of the things I actually enjoy about doing this way. Instead of inviting you into my world, we get to go into your world and experience your world of music, and I like that.
Okay, one of the things I gotta say that so you got some judges who are disagreeing with each other without even knowing it. One says needs to dress the part, well performed, good emotion, connected with the song, could use more levels and dynamics. The other person says, watch that pitch. I like that shirt. So so one likes it.
That is
Yeah.
part of why we have a diverse group of judges, so
They-
that they don't all just agree and say, yeah, we love it all. Like, we want to be able to get a good view of this person as a performer.
So
from a lot of
I don't
years.
know who the judges are. I just get numbers. So their stuff is anonymous to me when I'm reading it. One says, I love that you're showing versatility, but make sure you play to your strengths because country doesn't really mesh well with your voice. But that being said, you're a great performer and your performance saved a lot of
Ian's
it.
face right there was great.
Yeah. And yeah. Oh, in fact, so Trevor earlier, Ian said this way. Where is that? Where can I find that? Right here. I love Ian's eyebrow raises. So, and Trevor is also one of the judges. He's like watching you in the video, and he's like, that when we go and show the score, and you're like, what? Or a note that you're like, who is that judge? Let me get on him because I thought I was the mean judge. I can show you some of the things the singers are saying too in the background. That's but we're gonna refrain from that. So all right, Mark Melton from Nevada, what did you score?
31.99.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, nice and high.
So while
right
they may
there.
not agree on shirts and wardrobing, they all agreed it was a pretty good job for her first song.
I gotta say, Bill Clark, if you're at home, there was a comment about a shirt. There was a
Shirt
comment
comment
about
made.
a shirt.
Everyone take a drink for Bill Clark.
Yes, Bill Clark gets the shirt drinking nod right
Credits,
now.
exactly.
All right, we're gonna move on to our next singer. Our next singer is coming from Washington State.
Washington, make it rain.
Yep. Let's bring up Camille Gomez.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of a pine, you know how I feel. Yeah, freedom is mine. I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Oh yes, Camille Gomez.
A different take on that song. That was
Totally,
that was the
yeah.
Muse version of that song.
It's a great little version right there. Way to power through that song. I love the way that you're connecting with us in that video. And with Smule, you don't have everything. It's going to be square, not horizontal. I don't mind when it's square. So, Ian, hi.
So, Feeling Good is one of those iconic songs that just it feels like the perfect version's been recorded twice, right? Between Nina Simone and then Muse, who did something quite different with it, but very potent and powerful. And I love both versions, but you think, where else can this song go? What else can someone do? And so there's a little part of me that when I hear it starting, I'm kind of prepared to hate a song already, because I'm like, I love those versions. It's done. It's fantastic. It's glorious. What are you going to do? Camille answered that question. She had the beautifully shot video. She has a different type of voice. So based on the Muse version, yes, but that's a male rock song. And to bring her voice to it and the power and emotion she has with it, she found a way to claim that version as her own and do something very special and haunting with it. So yeah, I was surprised by how much I enjoyed this. There's a lot of delight and pleasure in there, a lot of control in her voice. And she's doing these big notes, powerful notes. She's not going too far, but she's not holding back. Just a lot of wonderful things about it that I really enjoyed and didn't expect to. So Camille, great job.
Yeah, Camille, you have the other singers in the competition talking. Becca Washburn, who is the very first singer who went today and showed her expertise in video. She said she loves the fan blowing your hair, and that note is so woo. And Ryan Long, Camille, you take command from the beginning. Wow. Other people said your pitch, don't get too wild on it. Make sure it's rounded on Blossom and Tree. Check those notes. Nice vocals, good dynamics, and love the attitude in the video. Everyone, the biggest thing was breathing and pitch, it looks like. But everyone really, really, really loved your performance. And you scored 28.42. There's Ian's eyebrows. Ian's like, no, I know you can't always agree as judges. But a great job. Ian's going to come back in a while. Ian, thank you so much. He's going to take a break. Usually at this point in time, I have someone's video where they can do a break in the action, so we can take a break. But we're going to keep plugging along because we also don't want you guys to be online for the next 8 hours. It's still a marathon for us. You guys already did the job. So our next singer is coming from North Carolina. North Carolina had a few people this year. Our next singer is Margot Smith. You might remember her from last year in her amazing outfits, doing some Via Dolorosa.
Ты прости, что мы плевали в твое сердце горький яд, и скрывали твои раны, ты распят, забивали твои руки сквозь неверия, как много лет назад. Chose to walk that road of his love for you. Tell me, down the Via Dolorosa, all the way to Calvary. The blood that would cleanse the soul of all men made way through the heart of Jerusalem. Down the Via Dolorosa, for the way of suffering, not the lamb came down, Messiah, Christ the King, but he chose to walk the road of his love for you and me. Down the Via Dolorosa, all the way to Calvary.
Oh, yes. Amazing job, Margot. I love the way you shoot your videos. I like the lights. I like the way you're dressing. Yeah, I'd maybe take one step back away from the camera to show more of you. So Ian had to take off for a little bit. We are waiting on a couple of the other judges to jump in here in a little bit, but I'm going to talk about their notes. So one person said they never heard the song before, and it's a risk that you took a good job. Like, it was a really good song. Another coach said, or judge said, watch your notes where there were stripes. Push your diction on, but you have a nice push your diction and you have a nice voice. I like the other language. I like your belt, good and strong. Great emotional presentation. Creative, and your technique is really good. I love that your emoting you did on the song. Great tone musically. I'm not sure if this is a competition type song, but it was gorgeous. Everyone loved it. This person, one of the people said, covering the voice herself is saying a huge task for the singer that most would struggle with, but the singer's voice is too thin for the song and sounds strained at parts, but she has such a pleasant tone to the voice. I suspect a different song choice will reveal much more, and I'm optimistic about day 2. Very good voice, Margot. Good luck in the competition. So those are from all the judges. I just gave you all the judges' notes. So Katie, do you have what did you feel about that?
Well, I agree with them. I just loved the connection, the emotion that was coming through. And, and I don't understand the other language that was happening, but I could tell it was very heartfelt. And so that's kind of hard. Sometimes even when you can't understand all the lyrics, that emotion doesn't come through.
Right,
so,
right.
I really enjoyed that presentation of it. And, having seen Margot last year representing Florida and now having Margot again this year representing North Carolina, I also am optimistic about seeing another song on day 2.
Yeah, and the singers are all, look at this. That was very captivating. Margot's a great storyteller. Jesse was like, that was haunting. Bill, who's been part of the competition, and he helped us do the sound and has been judge in the past of KWC. He said this is a well done, great, most stripped down version of you ever heard. So actually, I did give Margot the tip.
Chris, very raw in a way of just not too much overexertion into the presentation, just more into the song, and I think that was noticed.
Right. And Margot said, you told me to get close. So when singers reach out to me, I will tell them, give them tips. And I did tell her to get closer, but it was because of another video I saw of her. She was all the way in the back. So we had to find a happy medium.
Right. It's almost like finding your lighting or finding your mark when you get to the stage point. And when you're doing it in your home, it's the same way.
And where you were at was not actually that bad. It was just like a little bit too close, just a little bit. Everything else, amazing. Now it is time to show you your scores. She has been following along and taking notes.
She's writing us down.
She's writing everything down. Margot, you scored a 28.50. Ian would be going
day 1 average.
I don't think I can't do his. I can't do his voice.
No, you can't.
It's going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I don't know who you are. I don't know where you're going with that one.
But Margot, great job. All right. Our next singer is coming from California. Mr. Steven Williamson, doing a classic song by Kenny Rogers, Some Lady.
For so many years I thought I'd never find you. You have come into my life and made me whole. In my eyes, I see no one else but you. There's no other love like our love. And yes, oh yes, I'll always want you near me. I've waited for you for so long, lady. Your love's the only love I need. And beside me is where I want you to be. 'Cause my love, there's something that I want you to know. You're the love of my life. You're my lady.
Yeah, thank you, Steven. All right. First of all, so video where I'm always going to start with like my video tips, because when we get to that, like in Keep On Singing, make sure again vertical, not vertical, horizontal. And the thing that I'd like you to do is maybe light up your face a little bit more, because even the skin, like it wasn't crisp. The video was really dull, so we want to really see more of your face and everything. I like the song. It got pitchy at times, but I like the soul that you brought to it. Some of the other judges said a great voice and tone. Overall, you did well with the song. My feel is that you were a little too cut up and choppy with the vocal parts. The song has a smoothness to it, so smooth it out and really concentrate on the phrasing. A lot of people are saying, everyone agrees it's a great song choice, except for one person who didn't. They love your vibrato. Watch your transitions to your upper full voice. Your transitions, your falsetto are solid, and good delivery, strong middle of voice. It seems like the backing track might have been a lot quieter than your natural voice, so that could definitely cause you to second guess your note choices. With that in mind, you captured the essence and emotion of the song, and with good, solid control with your vibrato. So let's see.
What did all that lead to? 23.21 average score.
All right.
Nice work.
Good job. All right. So next we are going to Washington State, where our next singer, he was actually in the Karaoke Battle USA in New York in 2011 and was I believe their state champion that year, which was part of the Karaoke World Championships when we were on ABC TV. And here he is. He now lives in Washington State and is doing a little bit of Broken Halos.
Seen my share of broken halos, folded wings that he used to fly. They've all gone wherever they go. Broken halos that he used to shine. Angels come down from the heavens just to help us on our way. Come to teach us, then to leave us, and to find some other souls to save. Seen my share of broken halos, folded wings that he used to fly. They've all gone wherever they go. Broken halos that he used to shine. Broken halos that he used to shine. We're not meant to know the answers. They belong to the by and by. They belong to the by and by. Seen my share of broken halos, folded wings that he used to fly.
Oh, yes.
That was Garvando Hamilton.
Yeah,
by
thank
the
you,
way.
Garvando. Mike Kay is like, did you forget to say his name? I guess I did. I was like, our next singer comes from Washington State. And then I did not say his name. And it's a shame because I love Garvando. I love his voice. The way you present the song and really tell it and give it that emotion is just incredible. The judges said amazing, just amazing. That was one of the notes. Some of the notes are really short because they're like, oh my God, the tone, unique. There's some minor pitch issues, but nothing major. I need you to look more at the camera and see more facial expression. The texture in your voice, man. I grew up in South Carolina and it takes me home. If I don't see you move forward, I don't want to move forward either. Everyone loves that song choice and the rich depth of your vocal. Nice level dynamics. Very strong.
Yeah. And again, you can go and watch the full-length videos online. So if you want to hear more of Garvando and more
KWCUSA.com.
KWCUSA.com. After the broadcast is
After the
over.
broadcast.
After we're done.
We don't want you to cheat and then start watching and sharing your videos. Well, what did Garvando score? Let's take a look. 32.115.
Yes.
That's talk about decimals. We're in the third decimal point area. Miriam Kim says, Aaron Hevel, is that you? All jokes aside, great vocal control. I'd like you to look at more camera and connect with the audience. Thank you, Miriam. So good. Wow, it's a super high score. So very good job. Our next singer is coming from Texas.
Back to Texas.
Back to Texas. The stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas. I think I clapped too many times, I don't know.
I don't know. See, this is why we need
Do
all
not
of you
judge
in the
me.
audience to do that for us, because
Do not
we are
judge me.
obviously really bad at it.
But our next singer is from Texas, and he's also a two-time former Texas state champion.
He's not playing around.
David Harrison's back, and he wants it. Here he is doing some My Girl.
I've got so much honey, the bees in the leaves. I've got the sweetest song than the birds in the trees. Well, I can say what can make me feel this way, my girl. And I'm talking about my girl. And I don't need no money, fortune or fame. I've got all the riches, baby, one man can claim. Come on. Well, I guess you say, what's gonna make me feel this way, my girl? And I'm talking about my girl. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day, my girl. I've even got the month of May, my girl. Talking about my girl. And
yeah, David.
Always a solid performance.
Man, I love the way you bring like that.
I'm just reading the comments of
yeah.
everyone who remembers David from previous seasons. And
look at that. You got me singing along with you.
Mm-hmm.
Corrine loves your voice. Bill loves your classic tone. David always does a good job. And Kalina, we miss you. Yeah. But seeing everyone at home's like, oh yeah, David Harrison, bring it. Everyone, all these judges talk about your tone. The first judge said you really nailed the feeling of the song, especially David Ruffin's rich timbre and that lifting rhythmic vibrato. Pitch and breath control are spot on and such good production. Love the jacket. Another one loves your record collection. That's amazing.
It is a fantastic record
and
collection.
Neat room setup, an outfit, fun space. You have the nice tone to your voice, but inconsistent relationship with the melody hurts you. Yeah, and love your warmth and vibrancy. And a lot of people would love to have what you have in your voice when it comes together for you. And you're looking sharp. And I want to see those albums. So a lot of people, that was multiple people said something about his album collection.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here he is. 30.71. Woo!
Nice work.
Oh my gosh. Such great scores. Like these are
no, it's definitely a great day one so far, and we are about halfway through with our singers.
We are. And Katie was like, hey, we usually take a break here. Do you want to sing?
Yes, it's weird not being on stage, but we are going to do a little quick intermission.
So yeah, I'm going to
take all of you playing along at home. Go refill your drinks because he's going to say horizontal more times, I'm sure.
Horizontal.
Yes.
By the way, that last video was horizontal.
It was fantastic. So get your shots in and get refilled because
Grant earlier said that he was already ahead of the game.
Right,
he already was drinking the drinking party. All right, so I'm going to do something with 2020. Things have been weird. And especially, with the whole COVID thing. And I'm so glad that we could still do this and we can still come together. It was a scary time. Oh, maybe I'm not. There we go. It's still a scary time for me, even when I had it. But luckily I got over it. But for all you who are stuck at home with this and suffering from this, I'm really sorry. Please be safe, everybody. And remember that we have you. Music heals too. The whole time I was sick, I was like, you know what? I'm going to make sure that that I still sing. And I did that a lot online. I switched my camera angle. Sorry. Let's see the comments. And I'm going to sing a song for you all. I'm going to do some My Life because I feel like it sort of speaks to the tone of this all.
And this is an official intermission, everyone.
Yes. Go grab a beer. Got a call from an old man we used to be close. Said he couldn't go on the American way. Closed the shop, sold the house, bought a ticket to West Coast. Now he gives them a stand-up routine in LA. I don't need you to worry, it's alright. I don't want you to tell me it's time to come home. I don't care what you say anymore, this is my life. Go ahead with your own life, leave me alone. I never said you were the second chance.
I never said you had to.
I never said it was a victory
I never said
I still belong. Don't get me wrong. And you can speak your mind, but not on my time. They will tell you you can't sleep alone in a strange place. Then they tell you you can't sleep with somebody else. But too late till you sleep in your own place. Either way, it's okay. You wake up for yourself. I don't need you to worry for me, 'cause I'm alright. want you to tell me it's time to come home. I don't care what you say anymore. This is my life. Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone. I never said you had to offer me a second chance.
I never said you had to.
I never said it was a victim of circumstance. I still belong. Don't get me wrong. And you can speak your mind, but not on mine. I don't care what you say anymore. This is my life. Go ahead with your own life. Leave me alone.
Keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself.
Oh, yes. Oh my God. The comments that you guys were saying, like, it was hard to keep my composure during it. They want to know if I'm wearing pants. Hold on.
Oh, he is. He is the finest in stage. Oh, the finest in stage attire, cargo shorts.
Yep, cargo shorts. I'm channeling a former director, I
It's
guess.
the first year he can wear cargo shorts on stage.
Oh, I did buy a new shirt. I did buy a new shirt for the performance in Finland.
It's true.
I went shopping. It was actually
It's
at KG Superstore. I love KG Superstore. I'm one of the
You
things
don't
that
have those out here.
no,
do
in
they?
Vegas
Oh,
there's
we
no
miss those.
K&G, and K&G, man, it has some great stuff there. And also great prices. And no, they do not pay me to say that. I really like that.
We
store.
hope you enjoyed intermission. All got refreshed, refilled. Grab
Yeah.
your snacks.
And we do have a lot of the coaches and judges who are jumping on and commenting. You're more than welcome to dial in on your phones. You guys have that in the national judges page.
Yes.
You can go in and you can hit StreamYard link.
Yes.
And
yes, the judges are invited to come and
yep. And
play
Dean
along.
and Derek Sheen said he can't today. So Derek has some good things going on.
Okay.
He said he's definitely going to come with us tomorrow. So
And for those of you, I've seen a few comments. You like my hair. Thank you. That is all Dean Lee. Dean Lee is still stylist of the
still
stars.
stylist of the stars.
He during COVID times, he actually came and paid a house call to us. So we were all very safe and sanitary and got my refreshing for the year.
And I was supposed to color my hair before this.
You were. That's true.
Yeah, right.
All
right. But Katie did. Yeah, she did do her own color, and she was going to color it again, but it looks so good as blonde and like that platinum pink. It's so good. And Dean, I know you're watching at home. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Big supporter of KWC, and we miss you.
If you're in Las Vegas, come and get a style. Have him give you a blowout, and not like that.
Yeah, right. Why'd
It's
you
a
go
family
there?
show.
Family show.
Hey,
Yeah,
I didn't go anywhere. They take that where they want.
Yeah, sure.
And moving on.
Yep, right. So we're gonna move on.
We're gonna jump back into the show
and go to Washington.
Washington, back to Washington. Powerhouse. This singer has some powerhouse history in this thing.
Yep, he went to Arkansas for national finals, placed 5th in the nation. Has won the former. Has he won? He's won one of the years of the Just Sing Already's or
last year's stage show.
And last year, last year he won. Yeah, Singer. Yeah, I don't know. Was that called Singer? Oh, Sing Your Heart Out.
Yes.
Sing Your Heart Out. Yeah.
He
And did the
winner
walk
there? And
did he? No, he.
I think so.
No, Jeff was the winner there. Oh no, it was.
No, we took
that
a
was.
from
Yeah.
that program, and I feel
Sorry,
like he
that's
was
right.
one
We
of
had
them.
two. One of the two that made it was Jesse Sky Lewis.
Yes, and Jesse Lewis this year is coming in
and doing some crying.
When your baby leaves you all alone and nobody calls you on the phone, don't you feel like a crying? Don't you feel like crying? Well, here I am, honey. Come on, you cry to me when you're all alone in your lonely room, and there's nothing but the smell of her perfume. Don't you feel like crying? Don't you feel like crying? Don't you feel like crying? Come on, cry to me. Whoa, nothing can be sadder than a glass of wine alone. Loneliness is such a waste of time. Oh yeah, you don't ever have to walk alone. Oh, you see, come on, pretty baby, won't you come and walk with me? Oh yeah.
Oh yes, Jesse Sky. Great job, my friend. It's always weird because like I'm watching these videos and it's like bringing you back into my house and everything. And I used to coach Jesse. He used to spend time at my house. We used to coach him.
That's
It was
true.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
He's a great singer, and
Those
also
were some fun nights, I have
yeah.
to say. That was like my lullaby going to sleep some nights.
right hearing all my
you
singers
guys going
yeah.
back and forth.
So here is what you're. Oh, by the way, here, look at this. We got Jesse. You're fabulous. That's all.
And I like that. Secret fun fact about me, huge Dirty Dancing fan. So I like that song just because that soundtrack got worn out in my world. So absolutely love that.
And the judges all like this is what the notes are all really good. They're all so amazed at how strong your vocal is and your range. They love your swag on it. The phrasing is what a lot of them have talked about. Like, be careful on the phrasing. They love the sincerity of the lines. But they would have loved a blazer with your jeans. It would have completed the look. Solid delivery, rich timbre. Yeah, everyone. The one judge said a flat note in the very first phrase is always the wrong foot to start off on. I recommend taking another take when that happens. Other than that, your singer's voice is warm and powerful, but they're clearly struggling with the higher register. A couple of notes ended abruptly. So that's again with the phrasing. Yeah, everyone says they love that song choice, love the energy. So what did Jesse Sky Lewis score? Jesse scored a 28.24.
Nice.
Nice.
Right in the pack with everyone.
Nice.
It's going really well so far.
Yeah.
It's been a solid day of entertainment, and there's still so much to come. Still,
and this is only day one.
This is just day one.
I was like,
this is the first
choose your
song.
risky songs. And everyone's like, no song's risky for me. I'm just gonna I'm doing it all. Our next singer is coming from Arkansas, and she actually placed at a venue and was supposed to be going to state, I believe.
Backwoods, I believe.
And Backwoods. Yep. And she so she got a free tryout, and she got that in. Her name is Linda Wood. She is also known as Miss Shang-a-Lang. So usually she has an intro on her videos. I had to cut them out because we're trying to save time, but I keep talking. So everyone's like, you're not really saving time. So here
you can see it if you watch it on the website.
Yes, but here is Miss Shang-a-Lang with a song I don't know.
Whoa, it's been such a long time. Looks like I get you off of my mind. but I can't. Just the thought of you turns my whole world misty blue. Oh, honey, just the mention of your name turns a flicker to a flame. Listen to me, good baby. I think of the things we used to do, and my whole world turns misty blue. Oh, baby, I should forget you. Heaven knows I've tried. Baby, when I said it, I'm glad we're through. Deep in my heart, I know I lied. I lied.
Thank you, Miss Shangalang. Doing some Misty Blue. For some reason, it was missing. The song was missing on my list earlier, but that was Misty Blue. That was a great job. I love hearing that classic tone. You brought me back to another time. Such a great performance. The judges said you really captured the vibe and emotion of the song. Solid delivery, pitch and breath control spot on. Solid voice. Thank you for sharing your talent. You held together well and had a great range. I would say feel free to make it your own at times because it just sounds a lot of repetitive because of the song. Just change it up, make it your own to really stand out. Another person said, get the mic stand out of the way. You should be front and center, and which is a great point on things.
That's
like
normally
this.
something we say when we first go over everything, getting on a stage. But being at home, it's a little different. So, and even there were some studio sessions of the videos we came in, which were amazing. But the big studio microphones and where their camera was placed just made it really hard to see the singer. So,
but a bunch of them said how great her outfit was. They loved the outfit.
Oh, so
they loved that they could see your full body. In fact,
I felt transported in time personally.
Yeah.
Like that was the thing I really loved about Linda's videos is that you guys have only seen that little bit of this one, but I've gotten to see all of them, and each one you feel transported into that moment. And I feel like that's kind of what music's about. So I really like that.
I'm a fan of Miss Shingling.
Yes,
I gotta say that. The first time that she submitted her video, I believe was the last video round, which was the hardest one to do because that's when everyone waits. And we had like 24 singers or something
every
like that.
year. That's the hardest round. This year that was magnified.
And I think I was so ecstatic when she made it because I was like, yes, Miss Shingling. Because I loved she dressed. She has that swagger and that confidence. And
absolutely.
And when guys, remember, I'm not judging this. I'm just saying what
we are not judging it. We're
So,
being highly entertained.
Yeah.
And we hope you all are too.
So
and we're going to be moving on.
Yep. Well, no, we aren't because I'm going to show her
we're
score.
Show. That's right. That's right. We need to see.
Wow. Yes, 28.51.
Nice. 28.51.
Woo.
Linda.
Man, this is tough. Like many people are on that 28.
And if you are at home writing them down, you'll see how close all these average scores are, how tight this little group is. There's been so many amazing singers from around the country.
Yep.
So only narrowing it down to 50 is, man.
I know.
That was next to impossible.
So this next person we're bringing up is from Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Not only is from Arkansas, but he last year was a U.S. champ of the duets portion of the Karaoke World Championships,
which we unfortunately don't have this year.
Yeah, no, we don't have. Well, we get to take four soloists this year.
That's true. That's true. Yes, and their team took bronze.
It was strong
with another competitor who is in this competition as well.
Yeah.
So
who
Arkansas is again a strong competitor year after year.
Yep. And I'm going to bring this gentleman up, Ishma Clark, doing some "Ready for Love."
I am ready for love. All of the joy and the pain, and all the times
it takes just to stay in your good grace. Lately I've been thinking maybe you're not ready for me. Maybe you'll think I need to learn maturity. They say watch what you ask for, 'cause you might receive. And if you ask me tomorrow, I say the same thing. I am ready for love. Here with an offering love. My voice, my eyes, my soul, my mind. Tell me what is enough. But prudent, I'm ready for love. I'm ready for love.
Ooh, are you ready? Are you ready for love? I think I'm ready for love.
Huh.
Oh, he sang
I
it.
believe him.
You got to see some of these comments, though. I love the comments. Look at this. You better sing. You know to sing. Absolutely beautiful. Ishma, solid as usual. Always love your voice. And so much love. Good luck to all my Arkansas friends. The town runs deep. Yeah, that Arkansas is like a plethora.
Who's ready to hear comments about camera angle?
Oh, so that one was horizontal. Thank you for the horizontal video. I would like you to move the camera a little bit slightly up. You want it to be more.
That's actually what I meant when I said camera angle, but
horizontal. So this is what the judges have to say. Great song choice, strong vocal, good dynamics. Watch pushing the vocals. Your appearance isn't bad. Okay. Good job on the song. Make sure you stay relaxed and don't get too tense. I keep forgetting the cameras here. I got two cameras. This is a deceptively difficult song choice because it really puts your voice out in front with not much to hide behind. You came at it with a strong, rich vocal delivery and expressive use of trills and scale work. Clean, but there are some pitch issues. Vocal fatigue near the middle of the song, which affected your breath control. Others said don't push too hard on your higher notes because you're tending to crack. Nice warm timbre, snappy outfit. Snappy outfit. That's the first time I heard snappy today.
Right? Snappy.
Everyone loves your tone. Everyone keeps saying great tone. Great tone. Love the passion. And a few people said pitch. So let's see what Ishma ended up with.
30.41. Yeah,
Breaks the
just
30.
breaks that 30.
Woo! Oh my gosh.
Wow. And I feel like, and I haven't been playing along at home, but I feel like everyone in Arkansas so far has hit over that 30 mark. So their team isn't playing. They are not. Even though they're not together in the room together, Arkansas still.
Miss Shangling was right under 30. But
Right
still,
under,
that's still
still,
a great.
yeah.
That's still a great
It's like
score.
right there. Absolutely.
All right. I'm going to bring up a singer who is from Washington State and new to the competition.
Yeah. Coming in round 8 in one of our video rounds. The last few video rounds were just incredible, filled with talent. So
filled with talent. And she is doing a little bit of anime or animated movies, some Journey to the Past.
Heart, don't fail me now. Courage, don't desert me. Don't turn back now that we're here. People always say life is full of choices. No one ever mentions fear or how the world can seem so vast on the journey. Once a time I must have had them too. Home, love, family. I will never be complete until I find you. One step at a time, one hope then another. Who knows where this road may go? Back to who I was on to find my future things my heart still needs to know. Yes, let this be a sign. Let this road be mine. Let it lead me to my past and bring me home at
Oh yeah. Oh, that's the way you do an animated movie song. Awesome. It always makes me think of the dinosaurs and everything. It's not from that movie? Which movie? Oh, real? Oh man, it's always going to make me think of Land of the Lost or the song. Yeah, Journey. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Miriam, yeah, beautiful voice. Miriam's like, Disney, sign her up. Sign her up now. Oh, Christian is telling us it is Anastasia. Anastasia. Yep. Everyone's saying it's Anastasia. Yeah, very, very misleading. Yep, right. So Kennedy, I love the way you did your video. I love that purple background and everything. It was really, really cool. Yeah, there's another song, another animated movie called Journey to the Past with dinosaurs in it, and this land of something. No, I know. Well, no, they're saying right here. I'm just reading what they're saying. So I love that video. And like the way you told that story, so good, so good. This is what the judge had to say. Love your smile, good song choice for your voice, better dynamics than earlier because they saw your earlier videos. Love your facial connection. Right from the top, you hit all the modulations, and there are a crazy amount of them. It's easy to come in flat or overshoot it, and you got it every time. You have a lot of confidence, and you have spot on pitch. Rich vibrato, great job. Nice soprano voice. Open up a little bit more on Journey and on Past round the 2 out. Delightful music theater voice. Yeah, everyone loves this. I mean, they're all just gushing and gushing and gushing over it. Voice reminded me of Disney for sure. Yes, Kalina. I was thinking of Land Before Time. So let's see what she scored.
Where did she land? 32.31.
Oh, and she's new to the competition.
Right?
And
exactly. Coming out of nowhere.
Kennedy Miller is a force.
Comes on strong.
Force to deal with.
Yes. And that's one of the things I really enjoy about this is that every year there's a mix of people who have done the competition before, the seasoned veterans, and people who have just happened upon it and find this new world and are like, okay, I think I can do this. I think I've got something to offer. So that was awesome. I'm glad that we got that little bit of Washington. We're going to switch to Nevada next.
Before we move on, I just want to talk about something really quick. Okay. Guys, remember that the judges' notes for you, we're not trying to break you down. And sometimes it feels like we are, but we are not. We're trying to build a world champ. We're trying to help you become a world champ. And getting notes from a coach or a judge doesn't mean that you did a bad job. So I know that it's sometimes really hard to take, but also you have to learn, not only through this, but in life, that people are going to give you feedback and give you criticism, or not even criticism, or give you coaching, and that you need to be able to like take it with a grain of salt. So, and please don't text me messages. I've had multiple people now send me messages about their videos and performances. Guys, this is what we signed up for. This is part of the KWC. Breathe. It's okay. And you're all slaying. Like they're all doing so good.
Everybody has been so incredible.
So I'm like, there's
so
nothing
amazing.
There's nothing that's been like where we're like, oh, you know. So great job, everyone. Now let's move on to Nevada.
Back to Nevada, which again is another state that has a really good representation. There's a few of the states that have definitely gotten a lot of people in. A lot of them have had chapters in the past, so the singers already were aware of it, and so they're coming out, and a lot of people just kind of found out about it. So
yeah,
Joshua Bennett.
Yeah, Joshua Bennett
He's
is our
coming
next
from
singer from
Nevada.
Nevada, and he's doing some rock,
Yes.
some STP.
This is another one of the alternative
Yep.
song choices for the competition, but
I'm
I think you're all
excited.
going to enjoy it.
I love it.
I am smell like the rose that somebody gave me, 'cause I'm dead and planted. I am smell like the rose that somebody gave me on my birthday deathbed. I am still like the rose that somebody gave me, 'cause I'm dead and floated. Oh, yeah, yeah. And you said it's natural. I feel like I'm away. When she really starts to run. Oh, yeah, yeah. And she said it's natural. I feel like I'm away. When she really starts to run. You can't swallow what I'm thinking. You can't swallow what I'm thinking. I want to the world, think about tomorrow. Think about tomorrow. I run through the world, think about tomorrow. Think about tomorrow.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Josh. Okay, first of all, I gotta say, I love that someone brought rock out.
Yes.
No, I'm too far over. Hold on, there we go.
Here's a
How
weird
did that happen? So I love that you brought rock. I love that you brought STP. I
love
like
that you brought energy with it.
I do like that song. I don't know how great it is for a competition. Like I at the same time, I like people taking risks. And this country, for some reason, in the competition, we aren't getting the greatest. There are not many people singing rock, and I'm always like, why is that? Because when we hit Worlds,
Oh man,
we hear rock all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. And Russia brings it.
Right, Miriam?
The UK brings it. Miriam's been to World. She knows. She's like, there's rock all over. And for some reason, the US, and I do love a good ballad, and I do love R&B, and I do love music theater. But everyone,
opera.
for some reason, the rock singers are always like, oh, I can't beat pop. I can't beat ballads. I can't beat music theater. This is about you being the best singer and performer. It's not about genre. It's not about genre. And that's why I love that he really brought it, and that enthusiasm and all that energy. Miriam, welcome. Hi.
Welcome, Miriam.
Miriam.
Hello.
What'd you think of Joshua Bennett?
So I really like how he's dressed. I'm a huge fan of fedoras. I love that look, the fedora, the vest. Very nicely dressed. Love the energy that he put in the video. The tip I would give Josh is that he should probably go and learn how to do vocal distortion properly, because I'm one of those people where if I watch you singing, I can feel what you're doing to yourself or what you're physically doing to create that sound myself. I'm like a sponge.
Empath.
Right. I'm a vocal empath. And so for me, I was feeling that tension, and it was a little bit painful for me to hear because I was physically feeling that. It was something that was being makeshifted to sound that to kind of force that growl rather than it coming very easily. And vocal distortion should never hurt your throat. So I was really concerned about that, as well as the consistency of that vocal distortion throughout the song. Personally, I would have probably picked a better song, like a better rock song that doesn't require that vocal distortion, especially if it's not something that comes naturally for you.
Right.
But as far as the entire performance was concerned, I really enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah, totally. And by the way, Josh, if you're watching, which I'm pretty sure you are, if you need a distortion coach who's going to teach you a fry or a cry method and really do, I know a bunch of coaches who coach that. Please hit me up. I can give you a list. So, and they'll really get you open with that. For some of the coaches and judges said, pretty solid, man. I love that you dressed up for the occasion. Watch some of the notes at the end of your phrases, but good job on that song, Joshua. Good energy, good song choice, good projection and volume. A lot of people talk about that same thing about pushing from your throat and with less from your diaphragm, and not doing that growl properly can really hurt you. But overall, admirable job. Everyone liked it. Like a song fits the ability. I like they committed the style of presentation. A couple of them said they don't know about that song for this competition, but there are other songs in that genre that you would have really hit. And last but not least, one person said perfunctionary Scott Weiland impersonation is lacking in Weiland's deep baritone glory. And you're dressed in everything, but like you have to think about that rawness that Weiland had cultivated in his voice. So that was great. Let's see what Josh Bennett scored.
The average score for song one for Joshua Bennett is
22.6.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh. All right.
We're hitting an area that we haven't hit in a long time. I don't know how if we've ever.
No,
really
we have. It's been a while.
Eastern Seaboard. We're gonna go east.
It's been a while.
Gonna go east, and we're gonna go way up the East Coast.
Yep.
Into New Hampshire.
New Hampshire to Quinlan Akins, brand new singer to the competition. Yeah. I'm gonna put you back in the background. Thank you, Miriam.
I think from another contestant, I believe.
Yeah. And man, this guy has a voice on him. I can't wait for you guys to see him. Here is Quinlan Akins doing some Spotlight.
Is this a relationship fulfilling your needs as well as mine? Or is this just my sentence? Am I doing time? Is that you? If this is love, real love, then I'm staying, no doubt. But if I'm just love's prisoner, then I'm busting out. Ooh, baby, I don't like living under your spotlight. Just because you think I might find somebody worthy. So I don't like living under your spotlight. Maybe if you treat me right, then you won't have to worry. Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What the hell do you think you're doing? Loving me so wrong. All I do is try to show you that you're mine, my one and only guy. No matter who may come around, open your eyes, 'cause baby, I don't lie. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Oh yes, Quinlan. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna bring Miriam right in here. I love his exuberance.
Oh, the
Amanda-
personality comes through the screen at you, and I love it. And I feel like whoever he's singing about that he wants to shine all over isn't deserving of
No.
this amazing exuberance that
It just
like,
makes me smile. The whole
yeah, he
time.
just makes you happy.
I'm like, I love the
loved it.
paintings. I love it. I'm like, I hope those are his paintings. Those are pretty awesome. Those are pretty awesome. I hope you guys can hear me. I turned my volume down a little bit. But man, Quinlan, I love that. I love that you just brought it and you're like, yeah, here's me. Here's my personality.
Yeah.
Miriam, what did you think of the performance?
I am like loving his voice, that tone that he brings, that baritone depth of his. Oh, it's like butter to my soul. It's
Right?
great. It's
Right?
so wonderful. It touched me in very deep
Ooh.
places.
Ooh.
I would say that to be mindful of the runs he chose. They were a little sloppy, and it could be due to the fact that he was moving quite a bit, and so I would kind of limit that a little bit more and be more deliberate with gestures. Like, you guys need to understand, you don't need to dance just because it's upbeat. You don't have to move so much. There are things of making a fast-paced song interesting to watch without having to move so much that you lose your breath support. And for Quinlan, he's got this beautiful voice, and I just kind of wish that it was a little bit more centered, so that he could really nail those runs, really bring that power into that song. Because look, I am a big fan of J Hud. I love that song. So I was like waiting for some money notes,
Yeah.
and so you kind of need that breath support in order to get to that upper register and bring that power. So, but overall, I love his energy though. Love the paintings. It was just a really great video.
Right? And that horizontal video.
Oh yeah, it was horizontal.
It was horizontal.
Oh wait, hold on. Time to. Oh yes. So and I have to agree with you. And I was going to go into the judges' notes, but it is in the dancing. Like, I loved it, but when you're doing this with your body, you end up losing breath. So that's why you get the little thing that at the end of his phrases, they're like, oh, you just need to be a little bit more smoother. He can do everything he's doing. I really hope he's in Keep On Singing, by the way, because I'm like, I really can see him doing really well, especially with some coaching. What the judges said, I love the singer smile and open body language. Everyone loves the way you look and that charisma you have. Another person says, I love to see how much a good mentor could help you with your vocals. Breathing, everyone's talking about the breathings. The melodies are a little bit loose, and because of your breathing, it just feels like you're coming underneath that pitch at times. Yeah, everyone's like, man, your confidence is, it's so connected, but everyone's just saying breath support. And again, yeah, a little bit of dancing. So a little bit too much dancing.
Good for song effort though.
Yeah,
Very,
right.
very good.
Right. And new to the competition.
Right. Exactly.
So let's see what Quinlan gets.
Akins, you have gotten 25.51.
Yeah. Woohoo! Tomorrow I'm going to have sound effects, by the way.
We'll figure that out
do
somehow.
this without sound effects. I should take my cue from Major League Baseball that still has crowd noise.
Yeah.
If you guys have crowd noise to supply in the background, please, just send it my way. All right. We're going to move on to our next singer coming from Washington. And last year
it rain.
He was in the top 10 last year.
Yes.
He was in that final.
This is a contestant I look forward to every year.
Yeah. So I met Chris a long time ago. He actually was with the Keep On Singing program before it was ever Keep On Singing.
Yeah.
And was the champion there. And what I love about him is he loves karaoke. He loves to sing. He's really positive. He really helps build up every singer.
Yes.
He doesn't care about competition. Like, really, he's singing for himself because he loves to sing and he wants to put on a great performance. And every year he gets better and better and better. I can't wait for you guys to see this. Here's Chris Hoffman doing The Rose.
The Rose.
Say love, it is a razor that leaves your soul to bleed. Some say love, it is a hunger, an endless aching need. I say love, it is a flower, and you, it's only seed. When the night has been too lonely and the road has been too long, and you think that love is only for the lucky and the strong, just remember, in the winter, far beneath the bitter snow, lies the sea that with the sun's love in the spring becomes the rose.
Yes, Chris. Oh yeah.
See, now you all get to see why I look forward to his performances every year.
Yep. It's like that's something special about, like, something's like, I don't know. It's
There's so many of you though I look forward to every year when you compete and come in, or you come onto the supporter side and you're like, look, I'm done competing. I want to help. There's so many people across the nation that really make the KWC amazing.
So he was using
awesome.
Smule.
He was
using the singing app.
So he has no choice about the way his video comes
I do
in.
love the apps out there. Smule's a really good quality, not great quality. It used to actually be better sound quality and better video quality. I don't know what's going on. But and I love it, and I love what you guys can do with it. And I like that he took the cue of like, hey, I'm going to hold the microphone here and use it as a microphone. Right. But then he had the hanging, dangling ear piece, and for me, it was so distracting. And it was just like, you know, I would just
adapting
hold it.
to technology is something we're all still doing.
I loved his shirt. I swear I owned that shirt when I worked at Le Chateau.
Most likely.
Yes.
Most likely. Miriam.
Hi, Miriam.
What did you think of that? And have you ever owned that shirt?
I do not own that shirt. Well, maybe I should go get one. So, Chris, I know you're watching, okay? And everyone who knows me knows that I am very honest when it comes to singing abilities, okay? This song did not showcase what you can do with your voice. And because The Rose is a very repetitive song and the melody repeats itself 3 times over. So it is a song that would not be conducive to showcasing your artistry because of those background vocals, which is in 3-part harmony. Okay. So for those who are watching, I highly suggest refraining from singing this song for competition in the future. With that being said, Chris, I really love your voice. I do. You have a great depth to your voice. You have a great vibrato. It is a beautiful tone that you can produce. I did notice that you were having a little bit of trouble staying consistent with your head voice and keeping those phrases consistent. And that does have to do with breath support, making sure that you are pushing with your abdomen. Okay. You don't want to like deflate the balloon too quickly. So you want to make sure that every phrase is nice and long. Okay. And nice and controlled. But other than that, great video, great singing. I really appreciated it.
Thanks, Miriam. All right. Here's what the other judges said as well. Solid vocal. And there are moments that I think you could take more liberties and really milk this song and show yourself as an artist. Everyone talks about how you have this great voice. Some people said they want to see more dynamics. Now, I know that the people at home are actually watching the edited version of this too. He does do more dynamics, and you do see more of it. than you just did in the edit. Nice to hear your falsetto. Be careful because there are pitch issues there. And I love your expressiveness. Some people love the song. Some people weren't a big fan of the song. I personally agree with you, Miriam. I've heard the song many times in the competition too. It just tends to drag a little bit. There's so much you have to do to make someone excited, and it's a beautiful song. It is a beautiful song, but I think it should be left back from when it came out, and we just need to be moved on. So let's show it, Chris Hoffman. Chris, great job, by the way. I love your voice too.
Chris Hoffman, 29.88.
Yeah.
Nice work, Chris. Solid
job.
Start, day one.
Yep. All right. We are moving back on to Nevada. Thank you, Miriam.
Right back to Nevada.
To Jeremy Chapa, who was part of the last audition round.
Yes.
And he is doing a favorite song. I love singing this song. And right when I started singing it, then COVID hit, and I wasn't allowed to sing it outside anymore. So I don't know if I'm allowed to sing it at all, especially after hearing this guy. Here he is, Jeremy Chapa.
There goes my hand shaking, and you are the reason my heart keeps beating. I need you now. If I could turn back the clock, I'd make sure the light defeated the dark. I spend every hour of every day keeping you safe, and I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason you are the reason I need you to hold me tonight. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. 'Cause I need you to see that you are the reason.
Makes me melt. Like, seriously, like that song is already a hard one to convey the story and get that emotion, and like he does it. Horizontal visuals, please.
Horizontal.
Horizontal. However, it looked horizontal for you guys because I put that brick background and then I blurred it and gave him some side stuff going on. But I'm gonna bring our experts on. I'm done judging for a little bit. Let's bring up Ian's back. Miriam's back. Let's start with Ian this time. Ian, what did you think of Jeremy?
I thought Jeremy was great. I'm the exception in some ways here in that I'm not a fan of the song. I think it's a little bit bland, a little bit cheesy, and just a little pedestrian. But that makes me all the more impressed with Jeremy's performance. He's absolutely fantastic at communicating emotion, not just in his voice, but also in his mannerisms, in his physicality. And that's what brings this kind of mundane song to life for me. It's the kind of performance that makes me want to like the song. It doesn't make me like the song. It makes me want to like it. I want to like whatever Jeremy's singing. Also, I think he's the best so far that we've heard in that higher male register right there in the head voice. He's got a really clean notes up there. He has the confidence to really soar on the chorus and soar up there because he knows he's good in that register. And he's capable of bringing it back and having those really beautiful soft notes later on. Just a great understanding of the fluidity needed to really master a song. I thought it was great.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain earlier about that song, is that it does take so much to make it interesting. So that's what I was like, I agree with you there. Like, I don't know if it's the best song for the competition, because it is I agree, it's a little bland, but man, he knows how to deliver it, you know. Miriam. Hi.
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 I love that song. I don't know. I'm that judge. I love me some You Are the Reason. My boyfriend and I sing it together all the time. So it is definitely a gorgeous song, only because when I look at songs, I look at the potential of where it could be, how it could be painted, right? So every song is like a painting, and it depends on what kind of shading you put, what kind of colorization you put on it. Jeremy, I have one word for you if you're watching.
Oh, here comes.
Oh,
here comes hashtag
vocalgasm.
vocalgasm.
Yeah, she made the shirts. We got the
This
vocalgasm shirts.
this will be appearing a lot more when we do Keep On Singing, I am sure.
Well, you know, with your team, Miriam, for Keep On Singing, by the way, it is Team Miriam. And I know that Tommy's already trying to steal vocalgasm from you. So is it going to be that your team vocalgasm then for the national finals?
Ooh.
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
All right.
But I want vocalgasm, and Jeremy gave me that. He gave me that like moment. The way that he shades it with the dynamic usage and the vocal control and where he took that song and how he presented that song, it was the full package, you know? And so that is literally what I am looking for in a singer to represent the United States. I am literally looking for someone who does exactly that.
Right, right.
Yeah,
and you know, sometimes when you tilt your head, because he tilted his head at one point, if you do it wrong, you can really lose your technique. And he did it. He kept his larynx open and that nice forward tone when he did it. So everyone like adored him. Like the voice is not what I expected. Such a strong delivery. Make sure you connect with your phrases. Don't end them abruptly. And another person said, look like a star. Two people actually said, look like a star. Your appearance, like it's like you're at least have a collared shirt on, but make sure that your appearance is really like that star power. So, all right, we ready to show the scores? Bum, bum, bum.
Jeremy Chapa from Nevada got 34.54. And so for those of you playing along at home,
is that the highest one so
that
far?
so far
That's
has been the highest score.
Oh my gosh.
That has been the highest score that we have seen so far.
I love that this is the Olympiad of karaoke, by the way.
Oh,
Like when this was
absolutely.
invented 18 years ago by an ex-Olympian.
Yeah, Ate knew what he was thinking about.
He was in both the Summer and Winter Olympics, and he came back and he's like, now in Finland, karaoke is like the biggest thing. Like everyone does it.
And world championships apparently of randomness are a huge thing in Finland as well.
Like championships of like, weren't they like
wife carrying,
sitting
phone
on a
throwing,
hole? Like it was something weird,
everything.
like weird pole sitting.
Yes,
pole sitting.
Hobby
But-
horsing.
So he came back from the Olympics and he was like, there needs to be an Olympiad of karaoke because there's all this talent out there. And like you wouldn't, you know, it's karaoke.
We need to get together and share our
and
talent.
so for 18 years we've been doing this. And when we thought we couldn't do it, when everything shut down, including Finland, some countries didn't shut down fully, and some states didn't shut down fully. But we could still bring it to you. We could still do it and show the amazing talent, even if we're not on a world stage. So
exactly.
All right, I'm going to put you guys back.
And we have more amazing talent to get
Sure
through.
do.
We
Sure do.
definitely do. And we're moving on to Colorado.
And she knew. She was like, I saw her comment.
Colorado is always brought some powerful talent every year that they've been involved. We have a fantastic director that started the year out there with some trials.
Monique's awesome.
Monique's great. And then when it stopped, then we all continued, and Colorado still got their leg in. So,
And I believe Tomi's she's a two-time state champion, isn't she?
Yes, indeed. So we have someone with some experience under their belt coming on in a new format. So sometimes all that experience, when you change the format, can be good or bad. And Tomi has put in some great videos, and we're going to watch her first day one example, Nature Boy.
Nature Boy.
There's a day because greatest thing I'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return. Magic day, he passed my way. Love, he spoke of many things, fools and kisses, kisses to me. Greatest thing ever learned is just to love and be loved in return.
Yeah, thank you, Tommy. Tommy Kaiser. Whew. All right. I love that performance. I really love that tone that you had in this song. It was probably one of my favorite things. Now I've heard Tommy for the last few years,
Yeah.
and I feel like that was one of the best performances I've heard you perform.
Yeah, every performance gets better that
the-
we see from Tommy.
And there's something that you're doing though in technique wise. I just wanted to bring up because I do it, especially when I did my Billy Joel song. I start singing out of a side of my mouth, and make sure you don't do that. Really get that mouth open. I do that to Billy Joel because I watched his mannerisms and I used to be an impersonator. So I always want to get those mannerisms down. However, when you practice those mannerisms, they become part of you and they're not always good. So watch out for that. Otherwise, amazing, amazing. Miriam, let's start with you.
I have to agree with you, Josh. Tommy, I've watched you sing, and this is actually one of my favorite songs that you've ever done. What I really enjoyed about it is the fact that there was a vulnerability when you were singing the song at the very beginning. There was a vulnerability there. Your tone was so crystal clear, and it was very controlled. On the flip side, when you went and you increased your volume and you went into that forte, right? This is something everyone needs to watch out for, is when they decide that they're going to sing louder, to not punch us in the face with volume. Okay. We don't want that. It still has to be nice and controlled coming out. That way you have more control when you come back down to that piano volume. Okay. So be very mindful about that. You might want to work on some vocal exercises to help you bridge that dynamic control there. But other than that, I mean, you were dressed to impress. I love that dress on you. It was beautiful, beautiful. Your hair was gorgeous. Well put together video, that's for sure.
Thanks, Miriam. All right, Ian.
I'm not quite sure why, but I've developed a reputation of being a little hard to please, and
no idea why.
No.
That does mean that when I'm excited about a performance, it really is sincere. Yes, I am hard to please. I am picky. I thought this was absolutely tremendous, a stunning performance. It really stopped you in my tracks, both the vocal and the emotion with it. And that is often a critical part of me. A lot of the time you have a singer with a beautiful voice and everything sounds pretty, but where's the emotion? Or you get the emotion and the notes are missing, and there's so much emotion packed in there that they miss the melody. And Tommy just brings everything together impeccably for this. The tone of her voice is ghostly and haunting, but pretty and dainty and powerful. and sweet, all of those things that she's able to bring out within the same few minutes of song. Superb. And the things she does with her voice that often seem effortless, the swoop, she swoons, she dives, it can trickle, it can run and flow and sustain. Yes, can be a little bit punchy when she gets loud, but I was okay with that because of the emotion that's driving it. And it's kind of like when you have that friend who, when they get excited, they start to kind of shout, and they're not really shouting, it's just their voice. And it felt like that for me, as that expression of the emotion. Some of the lower sections of the vibrato, there's almost a kind of Germanic tone in there that has such, wonderfully dark drama and perfect tones for this. And yes, as Miriam said, the vulnerability. The control is there, but also the vulnerability, the exposure. And she understands the dynamics of this particular interpretation of the song, how to start slow and pick it up and start to show the urgency, but then let it very gently trail off so that she can lead into that final climax when, oh my heart melted a little. I will tell you how much I loved this song. I had to call my mother and tell her I had heard the definitive version of Nature Boy. I don't think anyone else will ever sing this song as well for me as Tommy did.
Wow.
Whoa.
Well, let's see if that played out in the scores.
Yeah, everyone said, by the way, that they loved your control. I got to say that. So everyone loved it. So let's see what we got.
29.8. Yeah. Nice. Very good entry into this season's newly adapted.
We put yourselves in back. There we go.
Disappearing.
There we go. All right. Our next
Moving
singer
on.
comes from California.
Yeah.
Yes. Miss Mindy Lancaster.
Another returning national champion or national finalist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And doing her own version of All of Me.
All of me. Why not take all of me? Darling, can't you see? I'm no good without you. Take my lips, I want to lose them. Take my arms, oh, I'll never use them. Yeah, go, right. Left me with eyes that cry. Darling, how can I go on dear without you? You took the best, so why not take the rest? And baby, take all of me. Da 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 dee dee dee. Ba da 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 ba dee da da da. La da 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 da, da da ba da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da, ba da 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 da, tweet da da, dee 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 dee, ba da 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 da. Come on and take all of me.
Excellent job. So I used to collect 75s, some old albums, and listen to them on my old Grundig stereo.
For the youngsters out there, that's vinyl.
Yeah, so vinyl
record
before
albums.
It was at 33 1/3, and before it was at 45, it was at 75. Do we freeze? Oh no. Hold on. Let's see. Can you guys see me though? No? Yeah, hold on. I'm going to switch my camera. Camera angle change. I got a camera angle change. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, cool. Well, there we go. Hey, we got this camera on.
Hey.
So multiple cameras. So but what I loved is that it brought me back to listening to my albums and listening to those old style albums. You sound like a recording, but you're also doing something with your tonality to make you sound like that. And while I love it, at the same time, I don't know if I love it. I'm also like, ooh, because I'm like, I feel like you're just keeping everything back here and really constricted. And so I'm always like, oh, I want you to just be a little bit more open. However, did love the performance. Completely loved the performance. All right. Miriam.
Oh, it's me. So on the production side, Mindy's video was absolutely stunning. I really like her backdrop. I loved her costuming. She really gave that modern vintage look, which just by first glance, you know immediately what you're going to get, right? You have an idea of she's going to go kind of old school, jazzy sound. With that being said, me personally, I agree with you, Josh. It was very in the back of the throat, which really affected diction. And you have to look at the criteria of what you're being judged on. And diction is in technique. If I cannot understand half of what you're singing, you're going to get marked down for me big time. And when I mean big time, I might actually knock out all 2 points that I would give for you for that particular category. And that's not a good thing. You want to maximize your point accruage. That's not even a word, but whatever. You want to accrue as many points as possible.
We need to make a t-shirt.
Yeah. Right.
Maximize potential points.
Maximum accruage. I'm just making up words as we go, right? So diction is huge for me, as you noticed in my previous comment with other contestants. Clean diction, I really, really appreciate. So when you're doing a specific stylization, you want to make sure that it does not affect that portion of the scoring. And this is something that will help you when you go out and do gigs as well, because you know, you might not be singing a song people really know at times, and it would be very helpful for them to know what you're singing. On that note too, on the vocal side, scatting. Scatting is a skill. I highly suggest really listening to some jazz and learning some scat techniques and get that a little bit cleaner, because scatting is basically like mimicking jazz instrumentation, and it was a bit sloppy in my opinion. So I would really be mindful about putting the scats just as like putting importance on the scatting as much as you would the melody, because it is part of the song. Yeah.
One of the things I do just bring up really quick about her scatting though is her tongue trills that she's doing are so enunciated. Like I loved watching her technique that she was using to do some of that scatting. So while it wasn't quite there, like sometimes it's a little bit offbeat, or like it's the what she has like right now is such good potential.
Oh yeah, but tone wise, I love the tone. I love the fact that she stayed like true to that sound. The smiling, I love the smiling. She was having a blast with it, and it just made me smile the whole time. It was just those little things that I would suggest working on to really improve and enhance the performance.
Totally. Oh, and by the way, there were 78s. I'm sorry, Dennis. 78s, not 75s. Oh, man. All right. Ian.
Yeah, this was a very interesting one to judge and try to score and assess because of the conflicts that go on within it. She has a very pretty and pleasant voice, and you know the pitch is there. She's very consistent, and they're things that we pay a lot of attention to. But I agree with the same kind of criticism that we got from Miriam there, especially with the scatting and the way she's choosing to control her voice and present it just feels a little affected, and that's distancing emotionally from it. So it doesn't quite ring any bells, and it reminds me of when someone buys a gift from, let's say, somewhere like Ross, for example, and it's a cute sweater, but they put it inside a Nordstrom bag and give it to you so that it looks like they've spent a little bit more and they have something a little more sophisticated than it is. And so I listen to it, I'm like, but what is really in the heart of this? And I don't know what the heart of this performer and performance is yet. I feel it's a little enwrapped in this mystery of the packaging, and that we didn't really get to see into the heart of the entertainer. We didn't really get to see who Mindy is and what she can do. And so, that really would be my tip. Yes, the affectation is cool, and that vintage sound is great, but it gets in the way of us really seeing your heart and seeing what you can really do as a performer. So I'd love to see her open up to us and show us who she really is.
By the way, thanks for calling me out about that whole Ross Nordstrom bag thing. Like,
right?
like,
so called out right now.
And then when they bring it back, you should see their face. You should see their face. They're always like,
man,
but
doesn't work.
it's a Nordstrom bag.
It doesn't work.
No, it has a Ross sticker on it. I love your commentary so much. All right. I do want to say here what some of the other there are other judges, by the way, who are totally in. They're like, yes. I loved everything about this performance. Your voice on that old mic is perfection. Great job on that. Everyone's talking about that, but the thing that they are talking about is your scat is at times not. It's like too scatty, like it's just the scat lasts too long, and so it's starting to gain away from you. But everyone loves your presentation and that tone you have. All right, Katie, show us what we got.
32.16.
So while we're
Mindy
being,
Lancaster.
Yeah, so while we're being mean and nasty
yeah,
into the microphone,
Ian's face.
Yes.
Like,
Ian.
Yes. But it's another
We're
thing
just
that
mentioning
transported us
things.
to that point in time, and I think that's a big piece of it. Take me to your story. Take me where you are in this moment, whether you're fishing with the boys or you're keying your boyfriend's car, wherever you're taking me. Just take me there and take me in that moment. So, I think that's the part that shows through in that score.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'm going to bring up our next singer who's coming from Indiana.
Indiana. Yes, represent Indiana.
And last year she represented
who I've seen in the comments
Nevada,
is experiencing some nerves. So.
Oh, don't worry. You don't need to
You're
perform.
you're already here.
Performed.
You're already on
good.
stage.
You're good. Okay, so I have your name as Sa Payne, and I knew you as Sammy. So I'm still calling you Sammy for now. If I'm wrong, please tell me.
He's wrong.
If
Yes,
you
we
want
try to get it right.
Sa,
So names,
I'll make it
pronouns,
Sa.
whatever it happens to be. If we get it wrong, correct us. Let us know, and we'll be mindful of that. So we're going to go with Sa Payne from Indiana.
How can I just let you walk away? Let you leave without a trace. When I stand here taking every breath with you. You're the only one who really know me at all. How can you just walk away from me when all I can do is what you need? 'Cause we share the laughter and the pain, and even share the tears. You're the only one who really knows me at all. So take a look at me now. There's just an empty space. There's nothing left here to remind me. Just a memory of your face. Take a look at me now. There's just an empty space. But to wait for you is all I can do. And that's what I've got to say. Take a look at me now. Yes, I still be standing here. You come back to me. If I get so much, there's a chance I gotta
Oh, yes, Samantha. Sammy.
I feel like that was in Goonies. Was that on the Goonies soundtrack for some reason? I feel like it was.
Against All Odds, I believe was from the movie Against All Odds.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like it's
movie
on the
Against All
Goonies
Odds.
soundtrack. I don't know.
Yeah, it is from a movie soundtrack, but it's from Against All Odds.
No, but it might be on more than one movie soundtrack.
That's true. It could be.
True,
It could be.
be.
I really like your performance. At times, especially near the end, I felt like you were holding back. You were like, and you couldn't. You're like, I'm afraid to just release it and just let it go. I'm like, girl, just let it go. Let it go. Like, I really want to just take a step back and just blow us out. So that's how I felt. Ian, why don't you start us off?
First, I really love physical presentation here. I thought Sammy just looked wonderful. Great selection, clothes, her hair, her makeup, everything really nicely put together. I thought she looked fabulous and just was really well positioned for this song. She looked beautiful, elegant, and a hint of vulnerability in there. And she has a really lovely tone in her voice, and a very relatable tone as well that is perfect for this song lyric that's about vulnerability and about, unsureness of where things are going on. Her performance for the most part is a little understated, and that was perfect because a lot of the versions of this, including Mariah Carey, I think just go too heavy on the histrionics and they go overboard, and it ends up being this massive explosion of runs all over the place that just lose sight of what the song's about. And so I think Sammy is able to really retain that meaning of the song and that expression of it and that heartfeltness. The arrangement, it takes your voice in so many places. It's really hard to do, and that was a struggle at times, especially the second half of the song. It was hard. But the potential that Sammy has is massive. And I really hope that she gets through to the Keep On Singing stage, because I want to see how a mentor helps her. I want to see what a mentor does with her, because I truly believe that her potential is almost unlimited with the right mentoring and coaching. And that's exactly the kind of singer this contest is for.
Thanks, Ian. All right. Miriam.
I'm a huge fan of Sammy's tone. It just kind of took me to a place where I was like, man, she could belt, but then she could bring you back in. And she could belt and bring you back in. So she's basically, what I would say is, I love Mariah Carey, old Mariah Carey, not the new one, old one. And what I loved is the fact that she kind of did this push and pull with her voice, right? She pushed and then she pulled back, pushed and pulled back. And Sammy does the same thing without all the crazy nonsense that Ian was talking about, too much. There's too much glitter is what I say. Runs and riffs, glitter, okay? Equates glitter. Runs and riffs equates glitter. I don't want glitter catapulted in my face. Thank you, Sammy, for not doing that to me. Which brought this, like, she kind of melded the two together. She melded the Phil Collins and the Mariah Carey, and she made a beautiful baby out of it, right?
Awkward baby Mariah Carey.
Like, don't picture that. But I was just saying, like, melody line wise, it was this beautiful merge of the two together to make this gorgeous version of it. Like Ian was saying, the latter half, I feel like it almost took Sammy, it almost took you by surprise that you were going to go up to the top and start belting, instead of anticipating that ahead of time and really just giving it your all. And I noticed in the comments you're talking about apartment singing. Girlfriend, I got a PA system in my apartment, and I blast myself singing every day off my PA system. My neighbors hear me every time. And they put a note on my door that said, please open your windows because we want to actually hear you, because they don't want to hear me through the walls. But that's what you need to do. You need to be unabashedly, like, just don't be sorry about your voice, okay? Just blast it. They can deal with it later, okay? They can come knocking on your door later. But what I need from you is I need all of Sammy. All that the whole thing, okay? Just do it in one take. Give me everything. But that was a fantastic version. I can even bypass some of the lack of breath support to oomph it out. But again, I feel like with a little bit of coaching, like Ian said, with a little bit of coaching, we can get you there to be that really solid singer. And I could see you being in the top.
And Miriam's scouting
You've got
right
that
now.
potential.
And Miriam's
What's that?
scouting, and you're scouting for your team.
Oh,
right now.
listen, I'm
Mhm.
scouting. But then again, you know, these other coaches might steal you from me. So I don't know.
You're
You
gonna
might end up on my team.
20 something singers to choose from. So, all right.
Get yourself a
Quick
shirt.
notes. Everyone has said they love your voice, love the song choice. Don't be scared on the top part. Clean up the runs at the end. But other than that, great job. Everyone is fanboying over you. But the other thing is, make sure you get that camera up. At least the same length level as you, so we can really, because coming from underneath, we don't want to see up your nose. It makes also like everything, it just looks weird. But
watch the angles.
Yeah.
That's all. Just watch the
All right. 28.3.
Samantha Payne from Indiana, 28.3.
Ian's like, she deserves so much higher than that. So much higher. Well, then, Ian, score her higher next time, okay?
Get a couple points in those points.
Moving
back to Washington.
Yep. All right. Going to Washington.
State with a lot of talent. We have Lisa J.
Yes.
And you must have been heaven sent to me, 'cause I never knew a love like this. And you know, you're so very special to me, my baby. I'll never let you go. When I'm with you, I feel so free, and I could count from 1 up to 99 and still believe. Although sometimes, my baby, we disagree, there ain't never gonna ever be another love for me. Oh yeah, and I want you to know I appreciate all the things that you do when you do what you do for me. Oh yeah, darling, let me count the way. Oh yeah, baby. Hey, oh, let me count, let me show you. Oh yes. Yeah. How many ways I love you? Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Lisa. Oh, my goodness. I gotta say, I love watching your performance. You have that something special, like keeps you glued to the screen. Part of it is your tone, but it's also the delivery, and that confidence. You have like that superstar confidence that like is really just like could just watch you the whole time, and you sound amazing. Ian, hi there.
So I thought that the melody of the song was a good fit for Lisa's voice. That low soul vibe works really well in her lower register. But actually the song itself is a little bit generic, kind of forgettable. And I think with her song selection, something a little bit more noticeable that helps her knock it out the park and really, really impress in a way that the song just didn't do the magic for her here. But I like her voice. I like what she can do with it, just a little bit pitchy at times when she starts to count the ways. It just gets a little off and starts to detract. There are some big, long and difficult notes in there as we move into the second half of the song, and the breath support isn't always there to support the how many ways I love you, despite the sweetness of that big note. That very nicely done. But overall, it is just not quite there on this. One thing I want to mention about presentation, her dress, the pattern on it, really busy. That isn't great for in front of the camera. and it starts to sort of blur a little when it's put up on the screen. So, you know, a block color or a simple wide pattern will work a lot better on camera. But otherwise, her look was great. I mean, I'm not here to try and, you know, criticize people for exactly how they've dressed or not. It's more, you know, just a statement of what works on camera and how a really busy print can just go awry.
Okay. Okay. Miriam Kim.
I am loving the video. I love the performance. If anything, if you guys can learn anything, it's that I really love it when people are not afraid to come out of their shell and really perform. And Lisa went above and beyond, for me personally, went above and beyond with her performance, and it made everything else enjoyable. I mean, I usually get a very big physical reaction when I hear bad notes. And it's harder to take when someone is just standing there and not doing anything. But when you're smiling and you're vibing with the song, it's a little bit more forgivable when you make just those little itty bitty pitch issues here and there sprinkled around throughout the whole thing. It's more forgivable. So just as a tip, if you want your judges to be more forgiving for those things, then I would say amp up your performance and really make it fun for us to watch, because a lot of times if we're a little bit distracted, we can only focus on one thing at a time. To be honest, we can't multitask. Okay. So we can only watch one thing at a time. If you're making us enjoy your performance, we might forget that we're listening for pitch, or we might forget we're listening for breath support. We might forget this or that, just as a tip. Okay. So Lisa did a fantastic job with her performance. It really made me like really engaged. I couldn't take my eyes off of her performance, not 1 second. So yes, there was breath support issues. There were some pitch issues going on there, some phrasing issues. But overall, thoroughly enjoyed it. And I liked her dress, Ian.
Yeah, I like
So
too. Maybe he was hypnotizing him. He was just like, oh, how am I supposed to judge these lines going across my screen right now? I can't. It's making me give really high scores, and I'm a mean judge. Look, all the notes on all the judges were pretty much the same. Everyone loved your performance, loved your confidence, your stage presence. You look and sound like a star. And a lot of them were like, you were great. And then at the end, it was like you ran out of energy and sort of just fall a little bit flat. But that song takes a lot, especially when you start trying to do those modulations. Yeah. Full song, KWCUSA.com. Yeah. After the show. All right.
Before that, Lisa Johnson.
Bam.
30.31.
Yep. Look at that. At first I was like, Ian has a steel face right now. He's like, I was like, that was no expression. Then he smiled. Okay. I see you.
Told ya.
They're all looking for your expression, Ian, all of them. And so far I think you're a fan favorite. So, all right. I'm going to put you backstage. All right. Nevada. Dun dun dun. Amani doing, if I can, where did she go? There it is. Doing a classic by everyone. It's been covered by like everyone. Proud Mary.
Take the beginning of the song and do it easy. Then we're gonna finish right. This is how we do Proud Mary. Rolling on the river. Left a good job in the city, working for a man every night and day. But I never lost 1 minute of sleep, and I was worried about the way that things might have been. Well, excuse keep on turning. Ooh, brown berry keep on burning. And we're rolling, rolling, yeah. Rolling on the river. Well, I cleaned a lot of plates in Mitchell. Left a lot of pain down the road. But I never saw the flip side of the city till I used to ride on the riverboat quick. Big wheels keep on turning. Red berry keep on burning. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river.
Yeah, thank you, Imani. Oh, yes. Some proud Mary. I gotta say, I love that it was a horizontal video. I gotta start off with that. But you know, I really like your energy, but I don't know about that song choice because I feel like you could give us so much more. And with that song, you're supposed to give and it was like the body movements were so controlled and like, I'm afraid to go too out. I want you to just break loose and show us what you got. And especially with a song like that. But I'm like, man, I love your voice. I really love your voice and I really want to hear more, you know? So let's start with Miriam.
I really feel like Imani's voice lent very well to this particular song. I think it was a good song choice for her, vocal timbre, for the grit that's in her voice. I really was like kind of that nice song to really bring that out. But yeah, like you were saying, Josh, kind of what was lacking was that energy that I needed for that particular song. Like Tina Turner is not, she's no joke. Okay, have you seen her on stage? She is no joke. She is moving. It's like watching Tina Turner, watching Beyonce. Like you just get out of breath watching them sing, because they're always moving. They're going, right? And I say that, you know I mentioned like sometimes with fast songs you don't have to move and you could really do some gestures and stuff. This one kind of requires a little bit more. There are fast songs that you don't really need to do a whole lot. This is because you are taking a song from Tina Turner and she is so iconic for her movement that you really need to embody that. And also your facial expression, right? Most people don't realize that we do look at faces because we're watching you sing. And when on your face, you look nervous and you're not bringing forth that confidence, it really affects your scores. It affects our ability to really engage and really enjoy the song, because vocally you sounded amazing. Vocally, you did fantastic. But by not giving that facial expression and not, giving that high energy when we really needed it, and the movements were a little bit awkward, it made me feel personally uncomfortable watching it. So thus it affected your scores on my end. But great song selection. It makes me feel like you know what you are good at. So keep it up.
Thanks, Miriam. Ian.
I do hate to be contrary. You know me, I hate to hold an opinion on anything. I'm very much, just sit in the middle and don't take sides. But just this one time, I will make an exception. And it's rare for me to disagree with Miriam, in fact. I don't think this was the right song. And I think that's partly because of the Tina Turner problem that we've talked about at length. I think only Tina has ever done this song well. And some amazing singers have done it. But also, the way the song breaks up into that easy start and rough end requires two very different things from the singer, and requires that they bridge it in some way. And I don't think I do think that Imani has got a very nice voice and a very good voice and a lot of talent, but I don't think it was quite sweet and smooth enough on the easy part and just not wild enough on the rough part. And so it just fell between things a little too much. And that lyric, when you haven't got that locomotion of energy there, it starts to become a little bit repetitive. And this performance started to become a little bit shouty in places. I think that Imani came across as being a little intimidated by the song. And I do think that's the Tina Turner effect. But the potential is absolutely there. She has got a good voice. I don't think this was the song to show it off and to make it work. But I want to see more of her.
Yep. And by the way, the judges saw the full version. I know I cut it. And some songs like this are hard to cut too, because there's so many good parts. And it's like, oh, but it is a repetitive song. So it's actually also easy to cut at the same time. It's hard to cut. So because things just fit right back together. Everyone loves your energy and your high notes. They really want that more, a bigger dimension, especially at your top spoken part. Because when you speak, and you have to speak during a song, you really have to make sure that all your words are nice and enunciated to give it that feeling, So you really want to give that feeling when you're doing it. They love your rasp, but remember, if you're going to dance around, then commit 100% and put on that show and dance around. And it's sort of like you're damned if you do dance, because it could take away from the technique on that song. And damned if you don't, because everyone's like, oh, it's Tina Turner. It's Proud Mary. So here we go. What is Imani's score? A 26.47. Woohoo! All right. And that's a really good score. With that song, that song doesn't usually score that well. It's in the history of KWC. All right. Our next singer is coming from Washington State. Yup. And we have Diane Spicer doing some Voce Sapecci. I know how to sing it. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Yes, it was cut a little bit early, but wow. Really, really, really good job, Diane. It's when I was editing that song and I first started, I was like, ooh, look out. Like you sounded amazing. And I don't remember if I actually wrote you or I wrote Michael Cagle, because Michael, I know, coaches you, but man, that was an amazing performance. And yes, when I do see some things, I will write you telling you did a good job. But I'm not judging this. I'm just producing this show. So hi, Miriam. What is your take on Diane's song?
I am a huge fan of Diane's classical voice. Her vibrato, the tone. My goodness, like it is such a robust tone, and she is so solid throughout the song. Her transition from her chest to her head voice, it's a gorgeous transition. You know, her passaggio is very clean. One thing I would note is that there were a couple pitch issues, and you want to be very, very, I mean, with classical music, you have to be pretty accurate as far as pitch is concerned. You don't want to be just slightly off. And but as far as her performance, her background was beautiful. Her attire was gorgeous. She's not new to this competition, so, and it really showed that she knows what we're looking for. One thing I would note also is facial expression again, because it is in a different language, and we don't know what the song's about. And I think it would be asking too much for the judges to have to look at the translation for this song. I am that person where I looked up the lyrics and I matched it up to what you were singing, because I'm extra like that. Just your facial expression to really kind of embody the lyrics of the song to show me that you knew what you were singing about. But as far as the whole thing, I'm a huge fan. Loved it from beginning to end. Big claps.
Woohoo! Yeah. Thanks, Miriam. I think Ian had to go. He might come back a little bit later. Thank you so much, Ian. Although there already are calls for Ian to come back with more Ian, please. More Ian. People are loving him. But I'm gonna try to give his notes. All right. Mozart came as a lovely surprise. The singer has the range for the aria and is simply on the air, but her tone lacks the maturity to do it justice. Her lower register is not fully developed and lacks the sumptuous yet impeccably clipped precision of Bartoli, the warmth, the richness of pop, the almost hypnotic power on Ewing, or the emotional vibrato of Gooden. Can keep going. He loved it. Look, he loved it. There's an urgency.
I think this is one of the singers he hit the character
he hit
limit
the character
on.
limit
Pretty
on
sure.
this one. And he says the voice is pretty and light, but the performance lacks the sophistication needed to convey the complexities of the piece. O mio bambino caro, generally overperformed, not recommended, which you must be familiar with. That's something he wants you to sing. Everyone else, there's a bit of a buzz in the audio, but they're not holding against you in the score. They were very impressed. People thought you were lip syncing. They felt like they were listening to a recording. Excellent technique, vocal quality, clean, clear, precise. Everyone loved you. Everyone loved you.
And with all of that, Diane Spicer, your total points are 32.5 for your performance.
And I hope, Ian, if you heard me out there, I was doing
in no way an impression.
Yeah, I was
no
doing
way.
your
That was in no way.
Your voice justice. No. Okay, I'll work on it. Ian, me and you need to talk more.
Yeah, you need to hang out more.
Yeah, right. We do. We're both in Vegas.
And we're going to stay in Washington.
Oh, are we?
We are. We're going
Okay.
to stay right in Washington with another contestant, Miranda Longacre.
Yep. Let's do it, Miranda.
Everybody loves a winner, so nobody loved me. Lady peaceful, lady happy, that's what I long to be. While all the odds are they're in my favor, something's bound to begin. It's gotta happen sometime, maybe
Bravo. Bravo. Yes, Miranda. Great job to that song.
Lovely horizontal video.
Great horizontal video.
Lovely horizontal
I like
video.
the red curtains behind you. I like your dress. I like the way it was set up. There are times though, I just feel like you should take the song down like at least a half a step. Because at the end it was like you were pushing so hard to hit those notes, and I was like, it got really shouty, and you lost the beautiful color of your tone. So, Miriam,
But he's
hi.
not judging.
I'm not
Miriam,
judging.
you did
Just
judge.
kidding.
What did you think?
Oh, hey, Josh watches these videos. He can have an opinion too. And you know, I know that you guys love the singer so much that, you know, you're just trying to help them out. And I do have to agree, it did tend to get a little sharp and thin and kind of whiny at the top there. Because, you know, I'm expecting like robustness. I'm expecting depth. I'm expecting openness, and it was very thin. So what that tells me is it's hitting in an area that's haven't mastered as far as bringing out that fullness of that note. There were a couple of spots. There were 2 spots where you hit a sustained note and your voice broke. And that could be one of 2 things. Either you didn't take a deep enough breath and you didn't really push through that note, or it's in your breaking point. Everybody has a breaking point. It's like 2 or 3 notes where it's like right there in that bridge area where you don't know whether you need to go, you know, bring your chest voice in there, or bring in that head oomph. I would really work that out. A lot of that has to do with, you can fix that real easily if you did some a different vowel to really round out that note to make it easier to hit with more clarity. Or, like Josh said, take it down so you don't hit that note at all. So,
And a lot of singers think taking it down is a bad thing, and it's
Yeah,
not. It
no,
means
no.
you
Gosh,
know
no.
your own
Yeah.
vocal ability.
Yeah.
So that's actually
Y'all, I'm a contralto. I transpose my songs all the time. And trust me, as a former champion of this competition, I did transpose all of my songs when I was at nationals, and I still won. Okay, so I'm just saying it is not a bad thing to sing this song in a different key that works better for your vocal prowess. Okay, but as far as her performance, how she looked, how she presented that song, she was a star. So,
All right.
They're just minor things.
Okay, I'm going to quickly give some notes. I'm going to give Ian's notes because he's still on my screen, even though he's not here. The vocal was a little inconsistent, but delivers on the big notes and filled them with emotion. The later part became a little tiny shouty, which is hard to avoid on a section that's meant to be belted. I can do this, but really can I, in a convincing and relatable way? Everyone loved the cabaret style performance. Everyone loved it. I mean, there's not, yeah. And we also have a lot of other singers to
solid
get
performance
to.
and
Amazing. Bam!
Miranda Longacre got a 30.86 with her day 1 performance.
Yeah.
And all these singers have a whole nother song to go. So this
and
is
remember,
just day 1.
tomorrow's songs, your total scores from all the judges will be multiplied by 2 and then added to round 1 to see if you're moving on to the 3rd round. All right. Our next singer comes from Arkansas. And I don't think that there's any other competitor within KWC who has probably more experience with KWC. She is a returning champ. She went to the KWC World Finals in 2015, and then also made it last year. It was a bronze medalist in the duets in 2019 at Worlds. Her with her partner Ishma. Here is Valerice doing Lady Gaga's "I'm Never Gonna Love Again."
When we first met, I never thought that I would fall. I never thought I'd find myself lying in your arms. Oh, and I want to pretend that it's not true. Oh, baby, that you won't. 'Cause my world keeps turning.
Valerice showing.
It's a small sampling
Yeah.
of that song from Valerice.
Woo. Again, another song that was really hard to cut because I really love that song. It's one of my favorite songs from Star is Born. I almost said Greatest Showman. I'm like, that's not Greatest Showman. Not Greatest Showman. Don't laugh at me, Miriam. So the things that I would say, and Valerice is brand new to Smule, so she's still getting used to it. And I could tell part of it is that there's so many different filters in your videos, like for the way the video looks. And how the video sounds. So when you don't really know, like she looked really washed out in it, and I really wished I could have seen you a little bit more clearly. And at times I felt like it would just sounded hollow, and Smule shouldn't sound hollow. But that's something that I feel like within time you'll get used to. So, Miriam.
Yeah, I agree with the filter. It was very distracting. I wanted to see her facial expressions because she makes some incredible facial expressions when she is singing. Valerice is known to really go 150% when it comes to singing and performing. If any of you had the great honor of watching her perform live, she's incredible. And so by having that filter just constantly there, it kind of broke that engagement a bit. Also, the effect that was used in the Smule for her voice really made her voice very trebly, almost to the point where it was a bit painful to hear, because she is a big belter and it gets to be like really sharp. So be mindful about the effects that you put on like which effects choice that you pick to bring it out. There are other options that bring out a little bit more of the depth of the voice, like the bottom end of the voice. So you want to be careful about that. But as far as her performance is concerned, she's really feeling this song. Like you can hear the passion in her voice. You can hear that she really connects with this song, and she's really bringing out that cry voice, you know, and just driving it forward. And you kind of need that with that song, with this song, because it is such a sad song. I mean, I didn't really watch the movie. Don't hurt me. I didn't watch the movie, but I know where this song is placed in the movie. And she really brought out that pain and that regret, and just, it's a song of love, but it's a song of saying goodbye too.
Yeah.
So really well done, Valerice.
Yeah, her performance on this was amazing. It was just I wanted to see her, and I was just like, oh, I can't really see her that well. And if there are tips of how to find the best settings in Smule, it's also in our email, I believe. But also, if you don't like Smule, you don't like the quality of Smule, you want something different, there are other apps out there like Yoki and Whirly and Star Maker and SingSnap. So find the one that fits you, because they're not for everyone. Like everyone has a different favorite. And someone said they would like to see something not on Smule more raw. That's one of the judges' comments. This person said, wow, I actually closed my eyes for most of this. To really listen to the quality of your voice. It transported me, and it's clear you're a huge talent. I honestly have no criticism. You've captured the song. You've elevated. I'd love to see more. Another person said, such silkiness in your voice. Love your control and your inflections. Just beautiful. Great work, Valerice. Everyone's just gushing over you. So I can just keep going on. And I did not actually read Ian's because it was long and gushing.
And Valerice, that brings you a 33.24 for your day one average total.
Slay that dragon.
Nice work.
Great job.
All right, moving on to another player in this game that has some credentials under their belt. Has placed well many years in a row from Washington State.
Yep.
An expert in Smule.
Yep.
Someone who knows Smule very well.
Yep.
Corrine Beckman, coming from Washington State.
gotta know that this was always only just a little game to you. All the time I felt you gave your heart, I thought that I would do the same for you. Tell the truth, I think I should have seen it coming from a mile away. When the words you say are, baby, I'm a fool who thinks it's cool to fall in love. Even when my heart is beating, hurry up, the moment's fleeting. Kiss me now, don't ask me how, 'cause baby, I'm a fool who thinks it's cool to fall. Baby, I'm a fool who thinks it's cool to fall. And I would never tell if you became a fool and fell in love.
Oh my gosh, that song just makes me melt. I'm like, I just can listen to you all day. Love the performance, love how you played up the camera, love the background. But that is enough of what I'm going to say, and I'm going to turn it over to Miriam.
I think that was an incredible song choice for her. It really showcases who she is as a singer. One little smidgy critique I got is timing. I know that with jazz pieces and stuff, again, it's an artistic flair. Some people tend to delay a little bit to really kind of emphasize some things. It's an artistic flair thing, but and in this case, timing, it was, like I said, it's really minuscule, only because what she did with it as far as delaying, it actually worked in her favor for her particular artistry. There were certain areas where I wish it was a little bit more on the downbeat, to bring it in, have a little bit more oomph factor. But I would pay money to go see her sing this in a jazz cafe, and have my coffee and whatever snacks, whatever, and just really just listen to a whole spotlight of her singing some jazz tunes, because
Totally.
she looks stunning. Her setting was gorgeous, and she really played to the camera like she was talking to you. So great job, Kareen.
Yes. So I know that she was waiting for Ian. She kept saying, I love Ian's honesty. She kept putting that in the thing. And Ian had to go before he could give her his notes. But I do have his notes. And this is what he says. He says, delightful. The singer hits every note and has a seductive charm in her tone. They showcase a perfect understanding of the melody, knowing exactly when to come in, sustain, clip, and inhale. The video is tastefully shot, and the performance that the chic in Nick that smartly fits the lyric line. Great song choice for the voice, but not one that gives the vocalist the standout moments that help a contestant become a champion. More challenging material will be needed for later rounds as the competition stiffens. Yeah, everyone loves your voice. I'm like, everything just says, wow, beautiful classic song, beautiful voice, great job. You did it, sung perfectly. Everyone, yeah. So, yeah, let's say what you got.
34.47 for Kareen Beckman.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So if you're keeping track at home,
note that score down. One of the higher ones we've seen tonight.
Note it.
We're going to stick around in Washington.
Washington.
Because they do have some talent here.
Yep.
In
Let
this
it rain.
Competition.
Let it rain. Here is James Bueller with some Cry Me a River.
And now you say you're sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river. I cried a river over you. You drove me nearly out of my head, and while you never shed a tear, babe, I remember all that you said. You told me love was too creepy and told me you were through with me. Now you say you love me, just to prove that you do. Come on and cry me a river. Oh, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. I cried a river over you.
Oh, yes, James. James Bueller, everybody. Good job. All right. So good job on the horizontal video.
Yes, horizontal.
Horizontal.
All of you playing at home, take a drink.
I really like your voice. I love the color of your tone. There are times your diction really gets away. Like I really want better diction. And I would like you to get out of the scooping into notes, especially when you're like hitting it really hard. It just has this weird like, no, like, so you want to get that vowel formation better. And I know I'm taking things away from Miriam right now, which she's going to be talking about. I'm sorry, Miriam. But you look really great. Remember, you have a microphone in your hand. At times, It seemed like you forgot, and then all of a sudden you were just holding it and you got really comfortable. Watch your videos before you submit them in to make sure it is the right one, because I feel like maybe one more take, you could have gotten something a little bit meatier. Miriam.
Why you gotta take my notes, Josh?
Sometimes we think
it's the ESPN. I don't know. It's great minds think alike.
I did not pre-read the judges.
He looks at the judges' notes and then
right. So
no,
I have to agree with Josh, and I was going to mention that before he did, but he took it away. So that now and cry, right? So there are vowels that are open vowels, right? Ah is an open vowel and it creates this nice resonance. Ooh is very closed and closes it off. So what I would suggest is, now you say you're alone. You know what I mean? Cry. Just bring it at the very end there. It's almost like you were saying it in 2 syllables and it's just a 1 syllable word. So just make sure that the open vowel is the main and then the closed vowel is like right at the tail end of it. That brings that real rich resonance of your voice. Your tone was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Your vibrato is amazing. Your stylization vocally, your dynamics use, beautifully done. What I would say is look at the camera, play up to the camera. There were moments in the instrumentals when nothing was going on, that there was nothing going on, and it kind of felt a little awkward. Again, just embody that. If you're gonna sound like that, I expect you to perform to match that. Your performance needs to match that and really, lock it in, because you have a star power that I don't know if you know it. So, great video, great song choice. There's just little tweaks that I would suggest. Great attire. Ooh, you look snappy. Snappy.
Yeah, thanks, Miriam. Yeah, he has that star power that I've heard James sing all over the place, and every time he opens his mouth, everyone's like, "Whoa, oh!" Like they just stop what they're doing. In fact, the judges say the same thing: great tone, great vibrato. Watch your mic dynamics. Mindful of vowels. Every single judge said the same thing, and they all love your voice and love your tone. One person said they did not like your background. It was very interesting, and they love that you dressed for the occasion, but the background didn't match with what the rest of the song was. So, yeah. Let's see what he scored. 27.04.
Yeah, James Bueller. Keeping Washington
Nice.
in the game.
All right, we're going to go. Oops, I didn't mean to take you out. Sorry. Miriam's like, what? Well, now I am.
yeah.
Bye, Miriam. We'll come back to you.
Moving on to California.
California, and we have Randall Gray doing some Up to the Mountain. Here is Randall.
Sometimes I feel like I've been nothing but tired. I'll be working till the day I expire. Sometimes I'll lay down, nothing more can I do. Then I go home again. Won't you ask me to? Some days I look down. Telling me so. You love me so. Sooner or later, I will go.
Again, another song I had to edit down a lot. It's a lot longer than that. And guys, I'm really sorry I had to edit down songs. As you see, we've already are at 5 hours. So if I didn't edit the show down, it'd be just like nationals and be like 8 to 10 hours. We're really trying to prevent that. But all the videos can be shown in full on KWCUSA.com after the show. And also, the judges saw the full videos and the unedited ones. They did not see the edited ones until tonight. Whew. All right. Sorry, I went downstairs for a second. Miriam, you start us off.
So I really love Randall's tone, and his breath support is insane, as you can tell from how long his phrases are. He's got one heck of a power voice. Okay. With that being said, and his video quality was great. His attire was great, everything. With that being said, I do have little critiques, and it is based on the phrasing. The phrases were really long, and it's like breathing. When I'm judging on the technique side and I'm judging on the breathing, your phrasing, I'm judging your phrasing, and it affects both your technique and your artistry. If the phrases are too short or you're breathing in between and it's too choppy, it affects both categories. And in this case, it's too long. And you have to consider, like, listen to the music, listen to the instrumental track, and really take those breaks, because songs have pauses for a reason. And those pauses allow the judges to really marinate the feelings of the song. If you sing a note through the entire song and I can barely hear the track because you're singing over it, you're missing the point. You're missing the point, and you're not giving me the feelings of the song. Those breaks to really breathe and take a moment allows the judges to also take a breath and really take in that moment. So they're just, the breaks, the pauses in between phrases are just as important as the phrases themselves. So all of this does tie into your artistry. Vocal prowess wise, technique wise, there were little pitch moments. So if you are going to sustain a note, make sure it's on pitch. But it's just the phrasing was so long that everything just felt really drawn out and slow. And I felt like this song really needed breaks and really needed to like milk that a bit more. So with most of the vocals category, I would say he did a strong job. Like for me personally, it's just the phrasing really needs a lot of work.
Yeah. Okay, this, everyone is enamored with his voice. Like everyone in here, they're like, wow, the powerful voice, the pleasant tone. They're all talking. All the biggest thing they keep saying is like, watch the same thing. Watch your breath. Don't stop over singing everything. Stop. Like you need to take a pause at sometimes. Those notes need more support. And they love your charisma. And they said, but that delivery, it's like you're taking too much liberty to really like milk it, but then it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't give it the right feel. And says you just watch it. You don't drag the cadence too much. But everyone loves it. And they said there's some pitch issues going on, but it could be because you're drawing everything out so long that you're not getting that breath because you need to use it the whole time. And he has a lot of breath. Like he can really crush it. All right. Woo!
Randall Grant with
wait,
30.
negative 30.1.
No, dash 30.1. 30.91.
30 point.
For
Everyone's like,
Grant.
well, you got a negative score? 30.91.
So
way to go, Team
hitting that
California.
30 barrier. Nice work.
Yep.
Nice work.
Ooh,
good job.
yeah.
And we're going to move on to our next
yeah.
state again.
There's another state?
Another competing state. No, we're going to go back to California.
Oh, California. Nope.
Nope. Oh,
nope.
we're moving to Nevada.
Nevada.
We're in Nevada.
So she was in our competition last year. She is from Nevada. She made it all the way to the semifinal round. She has an amazing voice, and she's going to be doing.
Remembered.
She's going to be doing.
And there is a disagreement on the name of the song she's doing. I call it Pink Cadillac. He calls it Freeway of Love.
And when you look it up, it actually
it's
comes
the
up
same
both.
song.
It comes up both ways.
And it is Trinity Star.
Take a ride in my machine.
Thank you, Trinity. Oh, yes. And coming back and joining us, we have Ian back. And Ian wanted to correct you, Katie, by the way. Pink Cadillac is a totally different song. It goes, Pink Cadillac, na 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 na. So, yeah, Pink Cadillac's a different song.
It comes up as both songs. If you Google
No,
it
it
now,
actually
Google
did in
might
the
be
Google-
wrong.
in the
Google could be
Google world.
wrong,
It's like
but
when
it is
people are
also
like-
listed as one of the title credits.
It's like when people do a senior thesis and base it all on Wikipedia,
Right.
you know?
Gotta be right. Must be right.
So it's online.
All right.
It's online. My gosh.
So what did you think of that, Ian? Since you know the title of the song.
Well, Pink Cadillac was a big hit for Natalie Cole, and it's a completely different type of song, different lyric, different melody, subject matter. This is an Aretha Franklin classic. I really enjoyed this performance. I do think the words mean the song gets a little repetitive towards the end, but you know, Trinity has that enthusiasm, the gestures. You can tell she's feeling the groove. You can tell she's got the funk. And her voice is great for it, just a tiny bit loud at times. But I really enjoyed what there was there.
Yeah. Well, you know, that is the shortest critique I think I've ever heard you say.
Would you like another 2 minutes? I mean, once you get
good.
started.
You're good. I was doing your part earlier with your notes and trying to do an impersonation. You might have missed it. I don't know. If you
I heard you were mocking me. I got a couple of text messages.
Not mocking. It was, look, it was a
he
tribute.
cannot do a British accent to save his life.
Artist. I'm a tribute artist.
All right, Miriam.
I think Trinity was marvelous. I like using that word. Marvelous with her vocals. She's got such like finesse with her voice, and especially when it gets up there. She definitely has mastered that mixed belt, and it was effortless for her to hit those high notes. What I would have liked was for there not to be a black sheet behind her, because realistically it was kind of like too messy. Get it out. Fireplace would have been fine. It would have looked pretty. Number two, that she looked at the camera and performed to the camera. She was looking this way and that way and up and down, but not really engaging with the camera. And I really would have liked that, because I think it would have really sold it to me a lot more. Her amount of movement was just fine. She didn't need to move any more than what she did, but I wanted her to connect with that camera, because I wanted to feel like she was singing to me rather than looking off in the distance, because what that made me feel like was that she wasn't really into the song. She was just singing the song. Great vocals, but she wasn't in it.
And
that,
you know what?
it looked distracting.
That's the one note I believe it goes across the board. Is like people really wanted her to deliver it to us a little bit more, and at times she didn't. Yeah, she seemed distracted. But everyone says that voice, like woo, and a couple of other people were like, yeah, that background I don't know about. But you know, it's about trying and trying to get it right. The videos are a little different. So let's see what Trinity got.
28.99.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good job, Trinity. All right. Our next singer is coming from Kentucky, and that is Miss Holly Smelson. Holly
Smelson.
Doing
with
some
everyone's
Disney.
classic favorite.
Yep.
Everyone
Probably one
loves
of the
this song.
most requested
This is one
Disney
of the best
songs.
karaoke songs.
Some part of your world.
Look at this stuff, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything? Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around here, you think, sure, she's got everything. I've got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I've got who's-its and what's-its galore. You want thingamabobs? I've got 20. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. And ready to know what the people know. Ask them my questions
get some answers. What is fire and why does it, what's the word? Burn. When's it my turn? Wouldn't I love to explore the shore above? Out of the sea. Wish I could be part of that world.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Holly. So I think that's the first. So I've listened to that song many times while I was editing it. That's the first time I heard the dog yapping. So I don't know if you guys caught that or not, unless it was one of your two.
I wasn't sure if it was at my house or not.
No,
My
it
dog's
was- yeah, I
asleep
was like-
next to
I
me,
know, I was
so
like,
it was
what
not me.
is- I hear some dog. However, I love that room.
I love everything about that.
Like,
I love
I'm
her
a big
wardrobe.
Beatles fan, so
that
I
collection,
know.
I don't know if it's complete, but it's way bigger than my Beatles collection. Gotta say.
Yes. And she got thingamabobs. She has a lot of Beatles thingamabobs.
So many.
She has
That was
way
so
more than 20. Miriam, I'd like you to start off.
So I enjoyed her outfit. It had like nice little mermaid scales all around. She kind of gave that nice little modern take of a mermaid, which was really nice. And yes, she had a nice treasure trove of Beatles, paraphernalia all over the place. So you could have added a couple more things, I don't think that was enough, just like Katie said. With that being said, I would have liked for the vocals to be a bit smoother, or because this is a Disney song, I would have liked to hear maybe a different rendition of it. For example, you chose the Disney version, and if you guys watch Disney movies, there is always kind of a modern take of the song. Like, for example, Let It Go, there's Idina Menzel, and then there's Demi Lovato, and everyone sings Idina Menzel's version. Very few people sing Demi Lovato's. With this particular song, Part of Your World, you've got the Disney version, and then you also have a Jessica Simpson version. That would have been really cool. Just to kind of bring a more modern take to it without making it sound extremely Disney. It was cute. I wasn't a huge fan of it because, again, it was too Disney. And I would have liked it if not to sound too like straight Disney, but to like bring more of your flair into it. I would have preferred that to make it a little bit more interesting. Yeah.
Thanks, Miriam. Ian.
So sometimes it's really hard to take a song that's from a musical or musical film and take it out of that context and communicate it. And it wasn't too big a problem here. In fact, I could really relate to the lyric because when I was growing up, we all have parents who have unusual quirks, don't we? And something different about them. And Disney was banned in our house growing up as an immoral influence. We were allowed to watch R-rated horror movies and all kinds, but Disney was banned. So I didn't hear this song until recent years, and there's an awful lot about Disney that has just gone completely over my head in life, and that my wife tries to catch me up with. But they put out so many movies, I'm so far behind that I'm kind of clueless. So yeah, this whole kind of want to be part of that world and want to understand it, I could definitely connect to. But the other problem that sometimes comes with taking a song from something so musical is when you have those interactions with other characters and cast, how do you make it feel like your performance is really present and really here, and that you're communicating with the audience instead of communicating with cast members and other characters? And I don't think Holly overcame that problem. Because she's trying to communicate with people who aren't there. And you have to find a way of turning that to your audience and making pieces something that connects to your audience instead of an unseen character. There are times when it felt a little bit belting. I wanted fuller notes and something a little more fleshed out to kind of meet those emotions more fully. And I I agree with Miriam. It was a little too Disney, a little too saccharine. It needed to have a little more kind of authenticity within there and feel that it came from really sort of down here, you know, from that pit of your stomach, you know, the place where you crave pizza from at midnight. That's the kind of place I needed to hear this song coming from.
I crave pizza now.
Forget midnight.
I want
It's an
pizza
all the time
now.
craving.
So look,
But I understand
yeah,
what you're saying.
all-
It's that intention piece.
all the other judges, they all loved it. They all thought it was super cute and everything and adored it. And there was one note in here that you guys did not hit on. The spoken word bits were so on point, and I could see you on stage. Great job. Watch those easy melodies, though, they can get you. So, but every judge really liked it. It was just like, it's Disney, and
And it got Holly Smelson a 29.91
Really good score.
with her day
Really,
one
really good
performance,
score.
which is a very solid
Yeah.
score, especially with
Look at
Disney. Disney is hard to pull off in any setting. Just Disney
Mm-hmm.
is difficult because there are so many just implied memories with every Disney song, with everybody listening, that if you don't hit it right, you have ruined their childhood, and they're going to come tell you as soon as
Yep.
you're done. So,
there's so much you got to do to beat that.
and we only have 4 singers left in day one. 4 singers left. So we're going to go back to Texas right now.
Texas.
Going to head on back where the
Gonna head on
stars at
back.
night
Are
are big and bright.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
And this is someone who's new to me, someone that I haven't gotten to see in this competition before. So always like to have some new voices. Toria Hernandez is now going to entertain you with some.
When my soul was in the lost and found, you came along to claim it. I didn't know what has become of me. Your kiss helped me claim it. No, I'm no longer that far. But I'm living far. But if I make you happy, I don't need to do more. 'Cause you make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel like a natural woman. Oh, baby, look what you've done to me. Oh, you make me feel so good inside. And I just wanna be close to you. You make me feel so alive. You make me feel like a natural woman. You make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel like a natural woman.
Oh, yes. Great job, Toria. I
She
love
snuck in round 9, that last round that had all that powerhouse talent in it.
and really really like your artistry. I do have to say though, watch when you're bending over and picking your arm up like that. I was just like, oh, what are you doing? Like, it was a little bit much for me, but I like the performance. Ian, let's start with you.
I think that this performance was really the curate's egg of the round. She has a really good voice and a powerful voice, and there are moments when it's brilliantly used, and you're just like, wow. The way she holds and sustains that big note near the end on Feels So Alive is just like, come on, everybody else. You know, you're letting yourselves be upstaged here by such a big smash of a note. But after that, some of those licks start to get a little bit screechy, a little bit hard. I found the background a bit distracting, to be honest, with the animation. And I wonder about the song choice, because this is really a lyric for a slightly older woman. It's the 1960s, like a virgin, right? Someone who's been through a very dry patch, and someone's coming along and refreshing them and bringing them back. And it just didn't seem to fit quite right with this performer. But a really good voice, a powerful voice, some good control, huge potential. I want to see what a mentor does with her and how they can help her and how it comes forward, because half of this performance was really, really good.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Ian. All right. Hey, Miriam. What are your notes?
Hello. Sorry, my munchkins just came home. So
Munchkins.
Hi.
Hi,
The
everyone.
whole world's watching you.
Yep. No pressure.
Yeah, so sorry. So that song, I love Toria's voice. She has a very light and very clean. Like Ian said, there were moments of very beautiful tonality, very huge clarity. But I felt like her phrasing and her artistry and where she was going to drive this song was lost. There were moments where I felt like she almost didn't know what the song was about or where she was going to go with it. And it was the whole, visually, it was the whole Ariana Grande look, where she's kind of, her body's like to the camera, but her face is like kind of to the side here, and she's singing this way. And I'm going, I just kind of want to take your head and get you right there so that you're straight, and just really enjoy that song and coming out forward rather than to the side. It was like, it was cute, but at the same time, you know, there were moments that were lost because she's losing breath support, because she's not connecting those phrases very well. So those are just little things I would suggest doing. Make sure you have that breath support. Make sure you're phrasing it correctly. Know where you're going with the song and how you want to build it.
Yeah. So everyone loves your family walking through and everything. It's like you're having a parade there. I was like,
I know.
whoa.
That's how kids are.
At the same time, Miriam, I'm like, Miriam's so trying to build her team right now. Like, she's taking notes on everyone.
Oh, so many notes.
She's like, yeah, if you're with me, this is what I'm
and
gonna
also,
give you.
it just shows all of you out there that all of our judges have personal lives as well. Like, they are volunteering and donating their time to all of these singers to help them and help them grow their craft, like somebody eventually past times had done for them. So having a lot of really amazing mentors in this program is part of what makes it continue to work year after year. And we appreciate that.
Yep. For the other judges, there was a couple of points of make sure that you finish the phrases solidly. They love your upper register, but just remember that you're getting the breath under it so we can finish those phrases. But everyone was just wowing against everything, your appearance.
Yes. In fact, the judges liked it enough to give you a 31.96 for your day one total.
Woo.
That is a good,
and one of the
good
judges
score.
loved the song choice, Ian. They totally disagree with you. They, in fact, didn't know that they disagreed with you.
Until now. Now they know.
Yeah. So, all right.
And we're moving back to Washington. And this next singer, I'm actually really excited about because he did one of the flash rounds. In our flash rounds, we did something fun where we did this. We had the judges give live instant feedback right after you sang. And in this performer's performance, they basically said, look, you sang that with so much energy and passion when you sing in your first language. Why don't you do that more often? Don't placate to us in English and think that's what we on here. Sing your language. And he's done that this round. So you guys get to hear Luis Eduardo Orozco.
Great pronunciation, by the way.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
And he's going to do Eso que tú me das.
Que tú me das es mucho más de lo que pido. Todo lo que me das es lo que ahora necesito. Eso que tú me das no creo lo tenga merecido. Por todo lo que me das estaré siempre agradecido.
Así que gracias por estar, por tu amistad y tu compañía. Eres lo mejor que me ha dado la vida. Por todo lo que recibí, estar aquí vale la pena. Gracias a ti seguí remando contra la marea. Con todo lo que recibí, ahora sé que no estoy solo. Ahora te tengo a ti, amigo mío, mi tesoro. Te lo voy a dar por tu calidad y tu alegría. Me ayudaste a remontar, a superarme día a día. Todo te lo voy a dar, fuiste mi mejor medicina. Todo te lo daré, sea lo que pidas. Eso que tú me das es mucho más de lo que nunca te he pedido.
Oh, yes, Luis. Oh, yeah. I love that you sang that in Spanish. I love that you sang something. One of the judges on here said spicy. They love that there was a spicy number finally. So one thing I want to talk about again is Smule. So you need to figure out what those settings are. And one of the really cool things that's out right now that wasn't out like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, are light rings for your phone that you can actually snap your phone into. And if you have a little bit more light on your face, it will get rid of some of the weird effects that it was doing with Smule. I would also suggest trying to find a different filter for your video for it, because I want to see you clean. And watch going like this to the camera. I'm like, I felt like I was getting seasick for a while there. And really, like, I'd rather you be further back and then like take that step up and sing to us, but it was so herky jerky. And when you do it like that, you also going to lose some of your technique and your breathing. So let's start with Ian.
Those points are great feedback, Josh, and absolutely right. Now, I didn't hold some of them too much against Louise there because of, what this song is about. It is an anthem of friendship. It's cheerful. It's that kind of pally late at night. You've had a few beers too many. I love you, man. That celebration of friendship. And the way that it's delivered, it can take a few flaws in pitch. It some misses here and there. It's not meant to be a pitch perfect, beautiful ballad. It's meant to be enthusiastic. It's meant to be a little overboard. It's great Spanish rock, and I love that we're getting some jarabe de palo here.
Yeah, I love it too. I do love it. Miriam.
Échale! Oh man, I thoroughly enjoy watching Luis in his element, and he's so much more comfortable when he's singing in Spanish. I mean, that is his first language, so obviously there's a lot of comfortability there, which is why I told him just stick with Spanish. Like, it's okay. Like, we are a country of many languages.
And you told him in the live rounds.
Exactly.
Everyone's
Exactly.
like, what? She's been telling him, talking to him. What?
Mm-hmm. No, I do think that people should know that it's okay to sing in a different language. This is a world competition. Just because you're representing the United States doesn't mean that you're limited to English. Okay. I personally like to sing in many different languages. So and I like to, finesse each one because I want to give homage to that.
And yodel.
And yodel.
Oh, and I yodel. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Ian's like, what? You yodel? So, with that being said, I felt like I was in a fiesta. Okay, I felt like I was at a party. I was having, I was just partying it up with Luis, and he was singing as a lead singer in a band that was fronting this party and just kicking everybody up and let's have a great time. And that energy was just so infectious, right? I couldn't help it. I stood up and I was dancing because I was having so much fun with his performance. Were there parts where his voice could have been a little bit smoother and phrasing wise and things like that? Yeah. But overall performance wise, like I said, I'm more forgiving about certain things if I'm having fun watching your video,
right.
you know? So again, I have to say he did a fantastic job with what, you know, he did.
So the other coaches and judges said, make sure you don't rush it. They love the outfit. They said there were difficult modulations that you breeze through effortlessly, and then there were other parts where it was like the dynamics weren't quite jiving with, like, you're either way too loud or way too soft, and they want to see you really master that. And yeah, and everyone loved the energy and the pitch at times where you were a little pitchy, but everyone really, really, really liked it. So let's see what he got. A 26.8. Ian, I went to you on that
he's
one.
crossing his arms. He's giving the eyebrows.
Yeah, that's disappointing, but great performance.
But this is also just song one, so everything tomorrow can definitely look a lot different.
Yep. And by the way, I'd like to show this. Look what the singers are saying. They're really appreciative of all the judges. Bill knows firsthand how much of a huge commitment and all the volunteer work it is to make these people get better at their craft and everything. So thank you guys so much. Like, and especially for being here and giving live commentary as well.
We now have 2 singers left. 2. And this next singer actually had been involved years ago when it was the Karaoke Battle USA.
Yep. And before that,
and took a break from singing. Just, you know, sometimes life gets in the way, things happen, and you just can't find it in yourself to do anymore. And so you take a break. And the people around him sort of nudged him into doing this, kind of said, hey, you know, maybe you should give it another try. And he jumped into one of our live rounds, I believe.
Yeah.
He came into a flash round to just give it a go and try out again after some years off of the competition circuit.
But got feedback from it. He actually didn't place in the live round. He went and made videos and came back and listened to what the coaches had to say. And here he is.
Nathan Munsell from Alaska, traveling the furthest to us today by video.
Right outside this one church town, there's a gold dirt road to a whole lot of nothing. Got a deed to the land, but it ain't my ground. This is God's country. We pray for rain and thanking when it's falling, 'cause it brings a grain and a little bit of money. We put it back in the plate. I guess that's why they call it God's country. Sunrise sitting back in the 40 on a muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shine with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of being found, Dixie whistle in the wind, it'll get you heaven bound. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around. This is God's country. Hey! God's country. I don't care what my headstone reads or what kind of pinewood box I end up in. When it's my time, lay me 6 feet deep in God's country. Hey, I saw the light in a sunrise sitting back in the 40 on a muddy riverside, getting baptized in holy water and shine with the dogs running. Saved by the sound of being found, Dixie whistle in the wind, it'll get you heaven bound. The devil went down to Georgia, but he didn't stick around. This is God's country.
Bring us back in the screen. Oh yeah. Way to go, Nate. What I love about Nate, I do love his voice. He's just really like,
I love his staging.
Yeah.
He lives in Alaska, so every song he did somewhere outside his home in some amazingly, majestically beautiful countryside. Like they're really cool settings. So
I miss that smell of the greenery. Being in
right,
Vegas,
you can
I'm
almost
like,
smell
oh,
it through your screen
oh.
with that.
But I gotta say, like, one of the things I like about him is, like, I know it was a country song, but I can really hear him doing more rock, maybe some Cornell or something like that. Because I'm like, man, he's getting up there. His range is really cool. Just sometimes there's a couple pitch issues, but I like the song. It's just a little bit shouty at times. So let's start with Miriam.
I thought that backdrop was really cool. I'm like, I want to go there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. So the fact that he was able to the great part about videos, right, is you could really set yourself wherever you want to set yourself. And he was like, I'm going to be out here in God's country, you know. He took that song literally. He went out in the woods or whatever the heck he was at. The beginning of this song, it's very crucial to be on pitch at the very beginning of the song because you're setting the tone of the song. And I felt like it was almost, I feel like his voice is very much tenor, and like he was hitting in an area that was at his low end, so it wasn't as solid. And again, with low notes, you guys, if you have to hit a low note, all you have to do is open that space and push it out, more air, because again, be a tuba, bring out that air. To really lock it in as far as that pitch is concerned. And then when he got up into the upper register, he was a bit more solid because that's his comfort zone. That's where he's at. I was digging this song. I was having a lot of fun with it. I would have never thought about, number one, I've never heard this song before.
Blake Shelton.
Number two, it's a very fun song. So for him to pick this as his first choice makes me really curious as to what his second song was, and you know, to see what else he's going to pull out of his little hat. But I think he did a great job.
Sweet. Thanks, Miriam. Oh, do you want me to give judges notes before we hit? Yeah. So we heard from a couple people like, great country. I'm so happy to hear country. I really love your voice, man. Your range is insane, but your timing on this one's a little off. I do hope to see you again. Heck, I'd love to write a song with you and do an original. So that's one of the judges who is doing that professionally. So that's something that you should take. And another person said this song is deceptively difficult. But yeah, like you really killed it.
And with that on day one.
Wait, did Ian give his notes yet?
Oh no, Ian hasn't given his notes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Saving the best for last, right?
If one more to
we've hit on many of the most important things. The song selection I thought was really good. It's well known within country music, but the lyrics for it are a little generic, and deliberately so that anyone can identify it. You know, it's not saying, I don't know, Virginia or the USA or wherever. It's God's country. Yeah. And it's kind of a God's country is where you are, and you find your own meaning inside the song. So when you couple that with what you've talked about with the backdrop and picking that beautiful scenery, you find that Nathan's able to locate himself directly into the heart of the lyric and into the heart of the song. And it gives so much more meaning as a result. You really feel his ownership and almost authorship of the song, which is great. And when he first starts, the first half of the line, when you hear that voice, you really kind of prick up and pay attention. It's kind of now, what have we got here? I thought it was a great, first notes of opening. It's a little raw, a little dangerous. I mean this in a very good way. It could almost be the first beat of a movie, right? And I mean that as a compliment. But even by the end of that first line, it's starting to go a little flat and go a little off, and it doesn't really come back in until we get to the chorus and that chance to show that range and that power and that strength and the things that are really impressive about this. There are a lot of words in some tricky phrases to fit in, and as others have said, the timing is a bit of a struggle. And it does get a bit shouty, but when it works, it's great. And if Nathan can find the right songs, he will go far. He will do amazing things, but the material has to be right, and he has to know that song 100% inside out, upside down, any which way.
In 2010, he actually was in the top 5 in the U.S. And in 2011, he made it to Karaoke Battle USA and was featured on ABC TV. So, and had a great time. Let's show what his scores are.
Day 1 average 25.33. Nice.
I thought they were going to be higher. I liked his songs. So, all right.
This is just day 1.
I know,
It's
just day one.
average of
Just day one. All right. We have our
We
final
are on our
singer
Final singer of our
of
first
round
day.
1. All 50. We're down
Normally,
to our,
we'd be reminding you to tip your wait staff.
Yep.
And
Yep.
go enjoy Las Vegas. But we are going to today remind you to stay inside and wear your mask and enjoy each other from a safe physical distance.
Yep. And here is Mark Deal from California.
From California.
Doing
yes.
Just the Way You Are.
Her eyes make the stars look like they're not shining. Her hair falls perfectly without her trying. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Yeah, I know when I compliment her, she won't believe me. It's so sad to think that she will see what I see. But every time she asks me to, I look okay. I say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. Girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. Oh, I know I never ask you to change. If perfect's what you're searching for, just say the same. So don't even bother asking if you look okay. You know I'll say, when I see you where you are, the way you are. Girl, you're amazing, just the way you are.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mark.
Nice
That-
nice ending song, I have to say.
That one
Well done.
was really, really, really hard to cut, by the way. If you guys couldn't tell, my editing skills for that one went out the door. I was like,
Some
I don't
songs are
know.
easier than
like I'm trying to
others.
show all the great points in it, and I'm like, there's too many points. So I'm gonna start with Ian.
Well, Miriam talked with the previous performance about how important it is to have your pitch right from the start, to have everything there, and to hit it running and solid. And I felt we were just a little bit off there, and it was, to me, hard to kind of get his legs under him and moving. I wasn't a fan of the vocal. It didn't really work for me. Also, I felt the video, the camera was just too close up. I wanted to be able to see more and to get more of a narrative from that. It meant that it was too much of the same thing all the time. I don't know. It just wasn't there for me.
I feel like as judges, it also makes it harder for you guys to judge the full technique when you can't see what the diaphragm is doing and it's just from here up. You can see all the head voice stuff action happening, but you can't really see how everything else is getting attacked when you can't see more of the body.
And I gotta say, horizontal videos.
Horizontal.
Miriam
Drink, everyone.
Yep.
Playing along.
So, me personally, I don't have to see their body to know what they're doing. You can just tell from the lines. You can tell from the quality of the voice whether they're using their diaphragm correctly or not. He has a gorgeous tone, to be honest. I think, he's very finessed as far as his runs are concerned, and he does have a great voice. What I feel like is that this song did not lend itself well to what he is capable of. Having seen him in the live round and having judged him in the live round, he picked a better song in that round than I think with this one. I would have liked to hear something more soulful from him, personally. And this Bruno Mars, the acoustic version, I would have preferred the original one. For me, there are times for acoustic, and it's nice and all, but in this case, I would have liked to hear the upbeat version of it, the more instrumentation. I feel like it would have been better suited for his voice, if you just deciding on this. So his runs are clean, in my opinion, but again, when he was the way you are, he flipped to the head voice at the end there when I wanted it to be solid. The way you are, the way you are, like I wanted something more oomphy at the end, because that's the end. Like, give me something. But it was almost too, I don't know, vanilla, I guess, in a sense. It was very well done. It's just, it didn't give me any oomph factor, and I really wanted that from him, because I know he's capable of so much more than that.
All right, so I'm going to tell you what the judges say. The other judges. First of all, one is disagreeing with you, Miriam, and that's just because I'm reading his notes or their notes. My goodness, I've never heard this rendition. There are a few distracting background noises, but performance made me forget all about him. Great job. Love the introduction and the thank you at the end. Rock on, my friend. Loved it. Another one is good pitch and breath control. Clean, effortless delivery. Song choice is good, but it lacks the dynamics to showcase your range. Another one said it didn't feel like you were connecting as much and you were sort of just singing it. And your appearance is just being safe by having it that close. Another one said, please stand. Now, this is the thing. I don't know if he was singing or standing. The camera was so close, but it says, please stand when you sing, just so you can give that feel and you sort of have that where you can really work that. And yeah, but everyone loves his voice. Everyone along the whole entire thing is like, his voice, amazing. So here we go. The last singer of round one, KWC 2020 National Trials.
Day one average total 28.49 for those of you playing at home. That's your last score for today. We will post today's rankings on the National Facebook page.
Yes.
To make sure everyone knows where they rank today. Now, once you see that, throw it out the window. It means nothing for going into tomorrow.
Well, it still means,
something. It means today, this is where you're at. Tomorrow, the scores are doubled. And today's total of wherever you're at in that ranking gets added to it. So it can really change right now. But feel good. Everybody on this list from 1 to 50, feel good about getting this far, about getting your videos in. Not everybody got videos in. Not everybody made that technology hurdle and figured out horizontal or video drink. How to get them in and or could find the time. I mean, we are in very strange times where a week seems like a year and a month went by in a minute. So, we absolutely tried to be very understanding and forgiving with everybody submitting their videos, tried to be very communicative in how that was going to happen throughout the process. So I think the fact that we got 50 people to put their videos in and want to try to become a representative of the U.S. right now has been fantastic, and seeing so many old faces and new faces.
Yeah, it's a nice
It's
blend.
amazing.
It's a nice blend. And this year, I would say almost was harder than in years past because of the technology and where everyone's headspace is right now. So kudos to every singer. Thank you so much.
Exactly.
You guys all are amazing. The talent in round one is just incredible. I cannot wait till
and you get to
tomorrow.
see all of those people again tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel.
Yes. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you to all the judges, even the ones who are watching at home and making comments. Thank you to all the singers,
contestants, all the
who watched the whole time,
supporters,
all the supporters
who have held a camera phone or consoled their loved one when they're breaking down, going, I just can't, I can't get this in.
Yep.
There's no way
In
I'm
some
never going to get
states,
my
we
video
had
done.
Christian Fabian recording
We had
video
people
for a lot
helping
of the
video
singers.
around the country.
So,
absolutely. So many people got us to today and got us into this moment and got everybody to see these little tiny. Oh, we haven't heard that yet. We'll get there.
Okay.
We have this little tiny bit of day one done. Now go enjoy yourselves. I know you can't really go out, but find a Zoom meeting somewhere. Have a good time.
And thanks to Ian, it's going to be pizza time because we're
And
getting some
everybody
pizza
go get some
because
pizza.
Ian started talking about pizza and
yes.
made us all crave pizza.
Ian's recommendation.
Thanks, Ian.
Everyone's having pizza for dinner. And we will see you all tomorrow. And this has been a challenge. It's been different, but this has also been really fun to make sure everyone still gets a fantastic Karaoke World Championship.
And by the way, so someone should give a shout out to the camera guy. Well, thank you. I'll take that.
He's here. Here's the camera guy.
So
smallest production crew.
We will see you all again tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Hopefully we'll have a couple of other judges along with Ian and Miriam popping in and out throughout the day to give their expertise as well.
Yep. I believe we have Derek Sheen tomorrow. And I know that Tommy said that he was going to try to swing by tomorrow, and we'll see. And JC. So thank you guys so much. And we will see you tomorrow. And I'm going to put on the music, the outro music, because it's so cool.
Bye, everybody.